Test, test. All right.
Don't give up on the TikTok there. That thing,
No.
there's a lot of opportunity there. I'm surprised. The little effort that we put into TikTok, the reward has been like hundreds of percents. It's crazy.
I think it's more for it's smaller, like $12, $6 product. Then
That's
the other,
what,
that's what I'm gonna do.
yeah, you gotta find them.
Yeah, I'm getting filled with like, I have an expensive, like $150 keratin product. I get great sales and then someone returns, so, and they use it. I'm getting like the famous 30-day return. After 30 days, oh, it was horrible, I just get the return after 30 days of having it, using it, and that's it, you eat it.
Yeah, the thing is, we
No,
are
it's
all.
horrible, so you have to raise the cost, the price in order to hold that hit, but I think just stay with $15, $30 or anything expensive is such a hit in returns. I don't know, people don't have money, I guess. And they're just, and sometimes they'll check the actresses, so it's like, not the best actress, I'm just waiting for the hit. Sometimes get these nice and then, oh, another good product, it's not a problem, but some other people that just use it, keep it, to their mom, their cousin, and just return it. I get the boxes back, like 17-ounce box, 17 ounce each bottle, it's like a little bit of that.
That's unfortunate.
Those, yeah, that's crazy, that hurts, yeah.
That's the thing, food and beverage, you can't return.
No, yeah, you can.
No return.
And I'm liking the food.
Cosmetics, you can, no writing it back, oh, it's the worst thing, just to say, after 30 days. Yeah,
How else
and
my
then
mom
it pushes
ask
out
you,
the
what you
No, that's
want?
why I'd rather just, you don't return it, opposed to rubber.
Do you want- do you need any help for next week?
The reason for return, but you don't put the bad review. So I'd rather just
The
give
one,
the
the
money
one
to
thing
the
that
bad
every
review.
year we can never get enough of, and it helps me because
one bad review and it's just like.
of how cumbersome it is to carry, is water.
Water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything else is water. I had a bouncy house that was gonna show up for kids to be able to
Okay.
do, they canceled it on me this morning. So this week I'm gonna try
Like this.
to coordinate with another one, but it might be the same as last year, where we don't have like specific kid activities, so if that's the case, have any like a ball or frisbee or something like that, that the kids can kind of do. I think a few people are bringing their kids.
Yeah, we're gonna bring ours.
Yeah, I think my wife's coming with the kids and
$3,000
so,
a month.
stuff like that.
$40.
But water,
So they go,
Water.
yeah, kind of take a little bit, they
yeah,
start
the
attacking.
packs of water.
No,
Don't, again, the idea is to treat you guys, not for you to go out and spending a bunch of stuff, but water, ice.
They have for mold.
If you have like a specific, type of chip that you like or something, but we're gonna have the meat.
Look at their,
We have, I think, 50 pounds of brisket.
and other people, I don't understand how this has 5 stars.
We have sausage, we
Once you
have,
iron, it has for mold.
cornbread, beans, I think we have potato salad.
Basically, it's plastic.
So like
and
the heavier meal
Okay.
stuff will be there, and everybody else kind of brings cookies and stuff, but the people that I know, I'm like, I don't have to bring anything, but if you can bring water, we never get enough. And the other thing with water is, if somebody doesn't drink it at the end, I bring the water and I wind up being able to use the water here for Wizard of Ecom, unlike a pack of cookies. I wind up going that way.
Would it be okay if we bring some like beverage, like?
Maybe he's
You
always
bring anything you want.
emphasizing.
The last few years, but then I,
Yeah.
there's one guy from Russia and a few other places, they're bringing a specific food or drink from their country. Like, so we had like 2 Russian sodas, we had like 2 Pakistani like platters, so like, it's not an official thing we're doing, but you can bring anything you want.
How Okay.
Yeah,
But it has
no
to
chicken
be
feet.
telling people.
I can't stand it.
1900.
Everything else over there I love. But not chicken
Product
feet.
is
What about
this,
durian?
it probably costs
Huh?
millions.
You eat durian?
They have the money to,
Oh,
and they're buying,
that's one I
they're
don't
buying
like.
Yeah.
reviews.
That's
But this,
The chicken feet, I
it's
used to
crazy,
kind of like
it's
nasty,
such a
but
crazy game.
I think, I try it, she makes fun of me, so I don't eat it, but, it actually, the flavor's actually pretty good.
FDA started this
So
month.
I won't like chow down on all that.
Now the bottles have to have local distribution, and, so if you have a problem, you can contact somebody. On the label and reporting, so if they have something like hair loss or something.
Yeah, I heard about that. I have a friend that works for a Brazilian company for hair removal products. And he told me we need to get images from all the labels and
Oh, yeah.
everything because they're gonna start getting requests from the
Yeah.
FDA approval.
Yeah, it's gonna be, well, you have to, FDA is an approval product, you have to register with them, and it has to be the adverse event.
Yeah, but Amazon is
And how-
starting asking for that.
So
Oh,
today-
information.
yeah,
Three.
so July 1st is just, they just.
I
the
see
factory
your
has to be
schedule
registered,
1, 2, 3.
And you have to have a person in the US that's
On
gonna be registered, so that's me,
meetup.com.
costs 15 grand.
What about it?
You
Yeah.
schedule today's
15
meeting
grand
1,
for
2,
30
3.
products.
Usually till 3:30.
Crazy, so I have a meeting there, so
Oh,
we'll do
really?
that, and then the label.
Oh,
comes
there must
out.
have been an error on our side. Thanks for letting me know that. I
Labeling
didn't-
is, I think it's December.
Just double check.
We'll have that time.
Yeah,
Just
I had no
for
idea. Thank you.
distribution and adverse event.
And then after
so
the
here's
meeting,
all
we'd
the
like to
stuff,
talk
I
to
hope
two things.
That with
Major
that,
thing,
the number
need
one,
help.
number two, we'll
Need
start,
help.
you know, saying, hello, I'm dying, you know.
I think we should have time. I don't think it's gonna be a huge turnout,
I mean,
for today, so I
people
think
don't know.
it'll be
They don't
easier to
put it in
talk
the
after.
labels, but some people that do know, they write it there. This thing has promote. But, you know, they say, they buy so much reviews that you don't read much. Right?
You know what?
It's crazy, I don't know what's kind of harsh. I mean, you were thinking, oh, this is not harmful, you know? Maybe, you know? Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. No, but I'm sure the FDA is gonna start controlling a little bit, you know. Nothing's, anything, when they say organic in their products, which what I learned in Brazil, that it's only up to like 45, 50% organic. If it's organic, like a lettuce, it's gonna, you know, hang on the string here, you know, there's nothing organic. But, well, in Brazil, they, you know, they some of these labels say nothing from home, they put a little bit, you know.
so you know what?
They have a term for it and everything.
The hair stuff, right, hair products.
Mhm.
Cause our account, fruit and data so many brands in the past 2 months. So we were able to scan a lot of stuff for Ultra just to see what we're able to sell. My account was not able to sell. So, well, every time we go to the store, I always say like, for hair products, it's always massive sits there on clearance, and nobody's really touching it. So whenever you do say, like, sell like hair, and that, you really, I think the major part for you really have to focus on,
Clothing?
promoting.
Oh, yeah.
It's only way cause I do see like what people do, they're having, they have lots of money, all like a very sexy lady,
Yeah.
blonde hair,
Yeah.
to promote, filming.
Me cambió.
And it worked.
The good thing about the brand is that they deal with a lot of that with them. They get the models, but there's a big brand, so they get all
So
the
you
attention.
do resell?
Yeah, I'm distributor for them. I distribute for them in the US.
Have you tried to get, because they produce very good videos?
Yo me imagino
I'm
que
trying to use
I can't get cuidar por más impuestos.
Oh, yeah.
to
I don't think Amazon allows that, artificial, videos for the product. I don't know, TikTok you have to actually ID it, right? And they say AI, you have to say, is this an AI?
You could use AI in your listings.
Yeah.
You can use AI in reviews or.
A video, about video.
But what
you can
about
use AI in
video?
video.
Oh, yeah?
Well, you could use AI in video for like a video ad, you could use AI in video for the creative.
Oh, great.
video
But
creative.
we are checking for translation, for example, you have a very good produced video in Brazilian,
Mhm.
but you want to put it in English.
You want an AI the voice.
Yes.
Yeah, but the videos that they're doing, is the girl.
Seems like it's a little different, like you did the AI off the video and then you rendered it, that's not AI, so you're uploading a video, so I think that's fine. Let me just hit start on this, so we can go.
Where's everyone?
They'll start coming in later. Some people too are too good for the beginner hour and they come in a little later, and in this particular topic, I wanted to do it for a while, but it's one of those topics that's not gonna get a ton of people to show up.
What,
Hey,
that's
how's
it?
it going? Good.
I like you're doing a little more of the sourcing in the, it's really helpful for us.
I'm gonna keep building it out too, so,
This is very helpful.
thank you, man.
Even though sometimes I might not have like an immediate takeaway, like I'll go home and think about it, and then,
Sure.
it helps throughout the week as we're sourcing or looking at potential routes of things.
For sure, for sure. All right. All right, let's try to, I'm gonna wolf this down real quick.
You get the time too.
Mom?
You get the time. That's actually pretty decent. I would buy the one. Honestly, the only reason I got it, I was at the convenience store, and
But they already have.
there was like Gatorade was like $3, and that was like $2.50 or something, so I'm like, oh, I'll try it, it's cheaper, I'll just try it. And it's
Yeah.
Marketing wise? The Brazilians are.
I mean, it's not, I'm not saying Gatorade is unhealthy, but this is,
Big brands are from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Seems to
US
be
brand and Brazilian brand.
like much healthier.
The only one that has different, the
Then
Italians, which have called.
The other
Yeah.
ones, much lower sodium content,
Less treatment.
much less crap in it, but
Yeah, I looked at the ingredients for the Gatorade and the, I don't really drink sport drinks, like once every like 6 months I'll have one of those. So I'm like, I didn't wanna like get something that has all this garbage in it, and the Prime looked a little less like crazy with some of it. The Gatorade had all these crazy names.
yeah,
$40 shampoo, I mean, something,
I mean, I probably still would've drank it, but.
something crazy.
yeah, all right, let's get rolling. I can pick on you guys again, have YouTube open, if you don't mind,
Oh, yeah.
for any questions from the stream. All right. We got a lot to go over today.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Thank you guys for coming out. Thank you, everybody on the stream. And for everybody in advance who's gonna show up late, on Miami time. But, we survived Prime Day, or Prime Days, this week. I'd love to hear your feedback on how your Prime Days were. I would say this was it was a great day. Great days, but was not as good as the previous 4 or 5 years. It just also happens to be the first year that Amazon doesn't put out their Prime Day total sales numbers either. So I suspect the numbers are still amazing, but who wants to put out you constantly want to put out a new number every year that's raising it. No one wants to like plot that out, that it's going down. Pure speculation on my part. I haven't been able to sit down with Bezos and all these people, you know. I will say, everybody across the board, since I've been paying a lot of attention to TikTok, every single person on the TikTok side said their sales during the same 2 days of Prime Day were, I mean, you don't have a lot of years to compare this to, but that they were absolutely amazing. That sales were just fantastic. These are people that sell consistently on TikTok. I think it's because TikTok did one of their first ever like platform-wide sales on Prime Day. I'm sure that was not a coincidence. And that week, Target, Walmart, and a few others also did these big specials.
Yes.
I have to say that either TikTok or all of that combined had to take a hit. I mean, there's only so much spending power. So I love, I'm not really a huge fan of some of the stuff about TikTok, but at this stage, and I've just done so well with Amazon, so I'm not anti-Amazon either, but I am so for a close second and third runner-up on platforms to Amazon, for like opportunities to sell and, you know, rapidly launch and scale brands that I'm really happy to see this TikTok playbook sort of play out on how they're approaching it. So I also see the better it's doing, and man, they're hiring thousands of people
who are based in the US. So I find it more and more unlikely that TikTok just gets banned in the US, because what you're pretty much doing at that point is you're also saying all of you that have jobs now, you know, the thousands of you now are unemployed, you know what I mean? So, again, I have a GED, I dropped out of elementary school, I don't know geopolitics, but like that's my 2 cents as an entrepreneur of 15 years. Other news with Prime Day. So sales were great. I find Prime Day, if you're trying to gain market share, fantastic. If you have a subscription, something subscription-based, consumable, replenishable, I find it to be great. Shampoo, whatever the case may be, I think it's a great holiday for that. I think if you're in your product life cycle and you're all about profitability, that, you know, if you're looking at, if profitability is the thing you're going for right now, then I think it's horrible for profitability. So I don't know, I have a love-hate relationship for it. It seems like if you want to make the most of Prime Day, you need to start planning months ahead of time before the actual holiday to make a ton of sense of it. In other areas of Amazon with Prime Day, on the Amazon Influencer Program, which is a topic we've talked about a lot, I cannot emphasize enough that you should be in the Amazon Influencer Program. I don't care if you're an Amazon private label purist or wholesale or whatever you're doing. The Amazon Influencer Program is just the easiest way to make money. If you got rejected, like I know you have some struggles if that happens, just stay at it. It's a lot easier to get past those getting shot down than it is any other selling model that there is. And this applies whether you're just getting started, you know, maybe as a way to get started and really ramp up a lot of money, or whether you're pure private label, I'm assuming you're pure private label, or if you're pure private label, I mean, you can use this stuff from the Amazon Influencer Program just to fuel your PPC. You probably have this cap you have on what you're willing to spend based on some real economics in your business, but if you had an extra 5K coming in from the house, I mean, you could really speed some stuff up. And on the ad side, I'm an ad guy, but I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but you know, he or she who can spend the most, the longest, is who wins. You know, so your chances of winning are going to be much higher if you're fueling it with the house's money. Prime Day, meaning my wife and I, we had our single best day on the Amazon Influencer Program. And by the way, don't look at these numbers as, wow, Carlos is doing that. No, we might be putting in, and we meaning mostly my wife, we might be putting in an hour a week towards this. If this was a model that you were approaching, you know, yourself to grow a lot more rapidly, have a lot more businesses. I've been doing this for 15 years, so we're not in the same spot right now. But we did $387 in sales in a single day. On Prime. We did, as a matter of fact, we hadn't uploaded a video in days, and we're doing over 3,000 a month on the platform. So that's nice. I mean, that's your mortgage. That's most people's biggest bill. You know, I know we get lost in this sell millions, but let me tell you, just think about doing a few $1,000s in profit per month. There's nothing wrong with thinking that way. Like, it's an amazing thing to just know mortgage check. You know, so I'm really happy with, you know, 380. I think we did 387 on one day, and I think we did like 360 something the other day. But still, like, I'm using the biggest number. But yeah, close to $400. Thank you. There's one other person that he's more of an Amazon live streamer, and he's not part of our group, but he's somebody I've known because I've done a lot of really good stuff on the Amazon live stream side, and he did over $6,000, over $6,200 a day. And with him, he said that was his lower number. So he did over $6,200 a day with the Amazon Influencer Program. That's wild.
How many videos do you have already?
I have a little shy of 600, but I also have a second account now, which I'm going to touch on this in a second, but I have a second account now that has 30-something videos, so in total maybe a little over 600. I know a long time ago I put my profile out there on Telegram, so if you go back you can see it, and maybe if I'm off by 15 or 20, I'm not trying to lie to you, it's like the best of my memory. Having said that, I want to touch on one other thing. Today's topic is not going to be about the Amazon influencer programs. I just put this as the beginner hour, and I want to like get the creative juices flowing. So, I did put a course out there on it, right? So anybody that wants to like quickly get approved for this and make a lot of sense out of it, just you can check that course out on our website. I just finished recording a lot of other videos on how to really scale it. You know, how to really use Fiverr and a lot of other platforms to scale it. So when I do put those out, the course is going to double in price. So take advantage and get it now. That way you're locked into all future content. My reason for talking about the Amazon Influencer Program, and this is very relevant to like the beginner hour here, is I've been selling full-time for 15 years. And for 15 years, one thing has not changed. The easiest way to get started selling on Amazon is with Amazon retail arbitrage, right? There was a time with retail arbitrage that it was very easy to go into the store and scan a product and, you know, 80%, more 100%, you know what I mean? Like this was normal. This was just walking into your CVS, not no stacking coupons and credit card points, right? It had a heyday, right? It still exists. I know plenty of people doing it. That's their full-time model. But in 15 years, there has not been a single program or initiative created by Amazon to help resellers grow on the platform. On the contrary, everything has come out that's really helping brands, and on some of these things like transparency and everything are giving, you know, major headaches and stress to people on the resale side. But still, we've been doing this group for 10 years. And by the way, I'm going to show you in a second. Next week we have our 10-year anniversary picnic. So everyone's welcome. Everyone can bring their family and friends, but you don't have to bring anything. It's just our meaning. My wife lets me do this every weekend for 10 years. That's a big thing. We have a picnic. We're catering from Hate Mondays. So fantastic. We got like 40, 50 pounds of brisket coming. It's you can see it on the meetup, but it's at Indian Hammocks Park, Pavilion 5. The reason we do that pavilion, it's a massive pavilion. There's shade. There's a ton of shade trees. It is still hot. It is Miami. So like, if you have a little thing that blows cool air on you, I recommend bringing it, but you don't have to bring anything else. Just bring yourself, your dog, your significant other, your kids, whatever. I'm bringing my kids. My wife's going to be there, but we're going to be celebrating our 10-year anniversary. So I'd love to see all of you there. You're invited. But the details are on the meetup. In 10 years of doing this, what happens is every week we have somebody new come in. I'm not picking on you. I don't know if this is your case, but we have somebody new coming in and they're like, Carlos, I want to start a brand. And just like the landscape of arbitrage has really evolved and changed over the last 15 years, so has private label and starting your own brand. And it's really changed in how expensive it is to start, the risks that are involved in it. I started some brands and had no clue what I was doing, and they sold profitably 15 years ago. That doesn't happen by accident anymore. So, but still, somebody comes in here and they tell me this, and I'm like, yeah, that's great. That's my jam. That's what I do. I'm like, they're like, how to get started? And I'm like, well, how much, I like to ask, how much time do you have per week extra that you can put towards this business? Fair, like you're in college or you do a full-time job, you're a single parent. I mean, you know, what's going on in your life? How much capital do you have to risk? Because at the end of the day, that's what you're doing, to risk into this business to try to grow it. And do you have any soft skills? The soft skills is like, I can't tell you how many times I ask the first 2 questions only, and then I get to know the person, and come to find out they have like 8 yoga studios, and they have this massive YouTube channel full of followers on yoga. I'm like, well, if you would have told me that, we would have went with a yoga product. Things would have been easy. So like, what are your soft skills? Like, what is all that stuff you have going on? And that really helps me narrow down and say, hey, this is what I think you should do. This is how you should start. This is what this would look like. But then many people answer with, yeah, I have a lot of time and I have $300. I could not in good faith recommend that they start a private label brand with that small of capital. Nor did I have any courses that I could sell them. So it was like, I'd say, yeah, you should go do retail arbitrage. You should go scan products in the store. You can start it with almost nothing, but it's such a heavy trade-off on your time. You gotta drive to the stores, you gotta scan, you gotta load it to your card, unload it, add it to inventory. It's a big, call me out on any BS you feel I'm talking about. I mean, it's very labor intensive. Welcome.
Hey, Carlos, someone from the chat was saying that can you make this sound a little bit higher?
Yeah, I hope they don't think I'm not projecting enough, but let me see. It is low, huh?
Yeah, I turned mine off.
Let me see if I can raise it. Yeah, that's up all the way.
That's not bad.
Test. Let's see if I can do something here.
Yeah, it's like you're talking very far away.
It's interesting. Test. I'll try to. Yeah, let me see. Let me move this cube and see if it does anything. I hope that helps. Is it one person saying it, or are there other people mentioning? Just one person. Okay, so I'm going to try to see if that helps, and if not, I'll keep trying to try some stuff. But so I'd have to tell them to go do arbitrage. It's very labor intensive. At the end of the day, I want you to succeed in business, but I also want you to have a life, and you're doing something that you actually enjoy, right? And spend time with your family. Otherwise, what's the point, right? So there was no other option I had. It was either that or say, hey, go out, good luck. When you get some money, come back, and that's not what I wanted to tell somebody. I want the group to grow. I want everyone to succeed. So it was a very difficult spot for me, but that is what I said, not to go away. I would say go do arbitrage. And you know what? Arbitrage is a very safe, it's not a bad way still to go out there and get your feet wet and just figure out like how to open up an Amazon account, how to send an FBA shipment in, how to do a listing. You're going to learn a ton. However, another model came up, and that was somebody I saw on social media that they posted that they did a video review of a product. Mind you, no video skills, don't think avatar, just think like no face on camera. Hey, check out this drink, right? That type of thing, 30 seconds. And that he was making hundreds of dollars. And I was like, man, if that existed when I started, that is what I would be doing. Instead of like, sweating my, what off in a warehouse, packing boxes all day, right? And so I followed the post, and he kept going. I eventually have the guy on the show, and I'm like, hey, on the podcast, well, before the podcast, I'm like, you need to show me your screen and show me that what you're doing here is legit, that you're not just trying to push a course and tell everybody you're making $1 bazillion and it's not legit. So he did. That's why the Amazon Influencer Program came up. And my goal is that everyone in the group, since it's such an easy way to make some money, get started on it, maybe even instead of arbitrage, to where you can build up that capital. And from there, go to like a hybrid model, like a wholesale PO hybrid, and then to private label. So like that's my motive in that. To get more people to be able to do that. That's the only reason I created that course, and that's why I only priced it for $99. And it's just like I can't sit down one-on-one with everyone to try to do that, and that's my goal in that. Mm-hmm.
A lot of successful sellers, they all came from arbitrage.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you say quickly move from arbitrage to influencer.
Uh-huh.
How long do you think you will be comfortable staying in arbitrage? Let's say a year, 2 years, you get enough experience, and then we move to next step. What's your step recommendation for the time zone? Timeline.
I'm going to repeat some of that because your mic was off, but what is? Yeah, please come in.
Thank you.
Yes, everyone I know that started out on retail arbitrage, if you show me 2 private label sellers that have been selling for a few years, one of them, half the time they got their start in retail arbitrage, and the other one got their start in the course, my money's on the person that started off with arbitrage. Not even close. On the experience and the skill level on the platform. Like, it's not even close. Like you do learn a ton. If I was starting again,
Yeah.
and I had the option of arbitrage in the Amazon Influencer Program, I would have went the Amazon Influencer Program. I didn't choose like an arbitrage and whatever I did back then, because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do the toughest thing possible. that's the least comfortable because this is gonna pay off in 15 years. No, I was trying, at the time I chose the thing that I thought was the easiest and best thing to do. I just have new information. And every year there's been new information and that's evolved. It's just with the point of arbitrage, that part of the thing of like giving somebody a good recommendation as a starting spot, that never changed. It stayed arbitrage for a long time. There was no rival. Now there is. And the group itself, enough people in the group have tested this to where it's like, it's legit. I would do, whichever model you do, I would do it to where you get to a spot where you, I would say have an extra $15,000 to $20,000. Like you built this up maybe into a 25 to 30,000, wherever you started, keep reinvesting it, keep your day job, keep reinvesting all that money so you can quickly get to about 30K.
Okay.
And then I would pull 20K out, and if you're going the Amazon wholesale route, maybe you need $10,000 or $15,000, and you pull 10 or 15 earlier, and you go the Amazon wholesale route. If you're gonna go the wholesale PL hybrid route, I'd pull out that other 15 to 20, and I'd invest it into that, and keep doing the arbitrage or influencer program thing that you're doing.
Okay.
Right? And I think the safest spot you want to get to in a safe way, not all on black like you're at the casino thinking this brand I'm getting from China is going to work. In a safe way, you want to get towards having your own brand on Amazon. I mean, that's, or not, or Shopify, or wherever you want to sell it. Like, you do want to get into a spot where you're really in control of your own destiny, can write your own checks with your brand. Having said that, look, 15 years later, yeah, private label is my thing, but a tiny percent of my business, which is not that tiny in dollar amount, just based on the volume we do, still is wholesale to this day. Like it's very different than what other people do, but it's still a cash flow machine. And if you got it on autopilot, why stop it? You know? So if you were to start your private label brand, but you were making $50,000 a month in the Amazon influencer program, would you stop doing the influencer? They're right. So that's kind of the position you wind up being in. But a good question.
Thank you.
Last bit on the influencer program, and then I want to open this up, and I'm going to do some live product sourcing. I'll ask questions. Anybody has questions, like we could do all that. And by the way, these are sponsors of ours that we have. So that QR code goes to a page where all of them are at. So you don't have to catch the one that's actually on the screen.
Harry from the chat is saying you never recommend Amazon merch or print on demand. You always mention recommend Amazon influencer and arbitrage.
Yeah, so great question. So the reason I don't recommend Amazon you said KDP and merch, or merch and what else?
Merch and print on demand.
So Amazon merch is Amazon's print on demand. It started off with shirts, and then pop sockets and hoodies and sweaters and stuff like that. The reason I do really, really well in it, the reason I don't go out and recommend it to people is because I do really, really well on it because of the time that I got in it. I got in it very early when it first started. And we have, we might be pushing 30,000 designs right now, right? And I technically could, I would have to change my lifestyle radically, but I'm not unaware that I'm making more on Merch by Amazon than I think most people make that don't run their own business, right? But I couldn't replicate that right now. I don't think I could do it again from scratch. So I don't want to be a hypocrite and say, hey, look at my thing, you should do this and buy the course, when I don't think I can do it again now. But whereas with private label and the influencer program, I'm doing that now. Like, I am doing that. So that's why I don't recommend merch. It's very, very saturated. And the turnaround time, like the rate at which you could fail, is not quick enough for me. Having said that, if your goal is, I know somebody to this day, like their goal in starting this was he wanted to put his 2 daughters through private school. That was it. That's the only thing this person wanted to do. And he knew that number, and he sells online, and he exceeds that number by a little bit, and does not try to scale farther than that. And I find it to be wildly successful. But if your goal is you just want to get a few $100s extra per month you want to start making that a few $100s a month extra per month within a few months, yeah, go for Merch by Amazon. You're out here on a Saturday, most people are out here on a Saturday afternoon in Miami though. I suspect it's not because they want to make $100 to $300 extra per month. That's like the assumption that I'm making, right? Like a few of us might even be thinking $1 million, you know what I mean? Like we're more in that side of things than let's try to make a few $100 extra per month. But totally do it. The other part of it is, since we're talking a lot about those other models that can allow you to make money quicker, I don't want, especially some people starting out in the beginner hour, to take their eye off the ball. So any of your precious time resource that you take putting on merch that's not put on this other model when you're first starting, I think is gonna like set you back across the board. Yeah, that's it. That's my reason for it. I don't have anything against merch. And merch by Amazon is print on demand, but it's not real true print on demand. It's almost like selling on Amazon is not the same as selling on Shopify, right? Amazon has all the traffic already. You're more of just like uploading designs.
Yes, I see the point.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is the last story before we get into that is, I bought the Vision Pros by Apple. And their first version, arm, leg, and a kidney. I don't tell you because of that, but what happened? Right, but what I did was that when I went into the store to get them, I'm talking to the guy and I'm asking all the questions in the world, because it's like, by the way, you put the Vision Pros on, and you don't have to buy it, you go to the store and you put them on, you just, if you've ever watched Iron Man, where he's just doing all this stuff in the air, it automatically makes you think like that is what's coming. Like, that is here, it's just a bit expensive right now. But when I'm getting these things, after I got sized, I saw this long line of people in the Apple store returning their Vision Pros. I was like, I said, look dude, I know you probably get paid off commissions, I'm gonna buy this. Just give me a heads up, like what are they having a problem with? Because the thing is, if you tell me that now, and I encounter it, I'm gonna keep these things. Like, I'm in it, I'm doing this. But if you don't tell me, and I leave, I'll never deal with you again. And he's part of the Apple Business Program, so I was like, we have an account there. I'm like, just don't mess with me. So he says, no. He goes, they love them. You could go talk to any of them. Those are influencers. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, those are the influencers. And he goes, this has been going on for weeks. And I was like, I don't understand. I don't understand. He goes, yeah, every time we come out with a new product, the influencers that do the YouTube videos and do these blogs with the affiliate links and everything like that, they come in here and they buy it, and they take advantage of our return policy. And I was like, and you guys don't care? He goes, it doesn't matter if we care, we just work at Apple, you know what I mean? Apple obviously doesn't care, because they have this refund policy. And I started thinking like I couldn't really let that go. And I was like, I wonder like if they make more money from people who bought it based on the content that was seen than the refund return of the product, because they're still gonna sell the product, it's not like they're gonna trash it. But whatever, so that was one part of the conversation. And then like about a month ago, I was talking to someone online, he reached out wanting to know about the Amazon influencer course, and I said, let's jump on a call. And he started showing me his influencer stuff. We turned off the record because you're not supposed to show your account. And man, this guy was doing like almost $1,000 a day. And he did not have a lot of video reviews up. So I was like, hey man, like we're doing this kind of like I show you mine, you show me yours type of thing. Like, can I ask a question? He's like, yeah. I was like, how are you sourcing that much? I mean, this guy had great products. Like it looked like all higher ticket items, and I'm just like, let's use the example of a scooter. Like that's not what it was, but I don't want to put his stuff out there. But I saw 8 scooters, and I'm like, you have a big family, huh? That all of you have 8 scooters in the garage type of thing? And he was very, very open about it. He said, no, I just go to the store and I buy it and I return it. And I was like, huh? So he was very matter of fact about it. And I was just like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, I look online, I see the listings using the softwares that we talk about that have open spots for influencer videos, and they pay $80, $200 per commission. Go to the store, I buy it, I review it, I post it, and then I return it. And I was like, so it sat with me for a while, and I talked to a few other people in the group, and I was like, man, I can't wait to tell everybody in the group about this. So everybody here can make a bunch of money. And it pointed out to me, like, and I agree that it's not a very up and up, white hat tactic. But it seems like that's what real influencers do using the Vision Pro Apple Store. You guys following me on this?
Yes.
Right. So I didn't share it with you guys when I first discovered it because I obviously, and I don't disagree with them to this day. with some of the people in the group that were talking to me about it, they're like, man, Carlos, that's really off-brand. Remember, you only talk about things that are white hat and above board and, you know.
That happened with the wholesale also. If you are gated in a product or in a brand, you go to Target, you go to Walmart, you buy the 10 products and then you return the products.
That's a great point, to repeat it. Like, it's similar in the wholesale arbitrage world. Like, you want to get ungated for something, you go to the store and you buy a few and you get ungated, you might even return it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the most honorable, you know what I mean? Like, it still doesn't sit with me like that. I'll let you guys make your own decisions on it. I will say that you could get a very cheap tool, go online, and maybe I can just pop it open so you can see what I'm talking about, but you can get a very cheap tool, go online, and let me just,
I feel like Target.
let's
might
put,
have
electric
rules. If you return
scooters.
a bunch, they're gonna ban you from Target.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a second. You see these boxes down here? I'm gonna give it a second to like recycle. See, here we go.
Because it's abused.
So this would be an example. This particular scooter sells over 100 a month. There's much better. I just don't want to spend a lot of time on this. This one sells over 100 a month. There's an influencer slot that's open right now. And this thing's loading, but this thing pays you, I think $200 and something every time somebody looks at it. Every time somebody looks at it, it's up.
How much you said?
But for some reason, it's not loading exactly, but let me put, looks like it's gonna pay between $100, $200. Yeah, around there. So, okay, now, it only sells 100 a month, or over 100 a month. You're one of 5 videos. This doesn't mean you're gonna make $100 a day.
Right.
But what it does mean is you're probably gonna make a few sales per month of people that saw your video, right? So I was like, I don't know. I felt like I needed to share it. This one sells 800 plus a month. It's only $126. You get the point. And I'm not saying there's anything magical about scooters. It was just what's top of mind, and it's the product that I was in conversation with somebody else in the group on when it came up. And a few of these things I looked up in the store, and I had to validate. And on the other Amazon influencer account I was in, I was like, let me go do this. We went out and we bought a few. And I was like, does this really work? Like, what am I missing? I did. And that account is almost making as much or more than my other account that has almost 600 videos, right? So use your best judgment on this. Don't judge me too harshly if you feel like, oh my God, Carlos has gone to the dark side. It's not what I'm trying to say here, but I was also feeling guilty that I wasn't sharing this with you guys here in the group, because if this existed when I started, I'd be making 6 trips a day to the store. All right?
This other account's a new account?
The other account that I created was a new account, and it was not for the purposes of this. You know, you're not supposed to have more than one Amazon influencer account. I created it in a time where I knew a lot less about the program, and you know, a buddy of mine, his account had been suspended for something stupid, so there was some thought to, man, you might want to get a few of these in case you lose some. And then I was on the process of getting a third one in case my buddy's account didn't get approved, so I could just be like, here, take this, bro, right? Like, so now this other account was around, I was like, what am I gonna do with it? You know, am I gonna have like a niche, which I think I will do. I'm gonna go niche down and maybe just pick a specific niche, and I only review stuff in that particular niche. But then this thing came up, everything I just described to you, and I was like, man, I wonder if, like, is this guy genius, or is he shady, right? So it took a few other inputs from other people to figure this out, but the short of it is, if you don't understand the Amazon influencer program, but the short of it is, when you go into a listing, I'm sorry whoever's ad this product this is that I just clicked on, cost you money.
On the stream, they're asking, can you share the screen? That no one can see.
Oh, they're not seeing the screen?
Yeah. I didn't even think that either.
Yeah, I had it shared. Oh man, sorry everybody. Yeah, so, right, so I'll take a step back for everybody who's not watching. And by the way, if you've not been here before, at 2 o'clock coming up, we start our topic of the week, which is finding profitable products. You know, the actual topic that some of you might have come for. So don't think I've gone off the rails and I forgot. So I'll just take a step back so you can see. You heard what I said on the stream, but I was just using scooters again as an example. There's so many other things that are much better than scooters that fit this, right? As a matter of fact, get on one of these stores' list, and when they come out with a new grill, just be the first one to get it. You're giving it back, you know? Using a tool like this, you could use any one you want. You could use Fluence or Fruit. But this green says there's an opportunity, and it says you can only have 5 influencer slots. This one has 4 available. There's only 1 influencer video on it. And depending on the category, let's just use the biggest number to inflate this a little bit. You get 4% of this anytime somebody's gonna buy this, and the more expensive the item, the more likely they're gonna come in here and look at these videos.
Right.
This person's influencer video showed up right here. So now that I look at this, I don't even have to watch the whole thing. I get out, I buy this product, Amazon's paying that person, say 4% or whatever the category is, 4% of the sale. You don't have to do anything. You'll just show up the next day that you have made X because your video got seen. And I don't know, hopefully this is not a really highly produced video. Oh my God, is this my friend's video? I hope not. Oh, that's not good. Well, this one's a lot more complicated than it needs to be. It doesn't need to be any of that. Maybe as we go around, you'll see it, but that person could make a commission on that. And you could just go to the store and
If you can find that at store, right? It's not.
oh yeah, but you just get that. You just go. Yeah, if it's a Chinese-made product and it's made directly in China and it's shipped straight to Amazon, so it's a Chinese brand. No, it's probably not going to be at Walmart.
Right.
But I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. But I've done it already. Like I've gone to the store intentionally, you know, and took time out in the middle of the day to just validate this and see if there was something I was missing. And I'm not. I'm not missing anything. I'm not going to keep doing it because I have better things to do with my time. But like if you're in a position where it's like things are tight, I need to blow out of the situation that I'm in and make some more money quick. That is validated.
Carlos, just to verify, I don't remember which episode, and I do remember you said if you bought from your history, you want to review that. It has to be non-returned. If you return, you can't.
You can't buy it from Amazon, review it, and return it.
You
But
can't.
anywhere else you
You
can.
can buy the same thing in Walmart. Review
Okay.
it, return it at
You
Walmart.
you can't leave the review on the platform if you haven't bought it. I mean, somebody else could have bought the product for you, given it to you, and you could review it. You do not have to have purchased it. You just have to be
Gotcha.
in possession of it.
Okay.
Right? Where I feel like this is getting into the land of shady is your intention when you went to the store was to go do this. So that's what that hangs up on. But
Okay.
again, you be the judge of that, right? In the arbitrage world, you're like, I can buy it at this price, I'm gonna resell it. You know the brand doesn't want you to sell it, but you're still gonna go resell it, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
some people are comfortable with that and some people are not. I just wanted to arm you with that information so you can make your own decision. We're not gonna have dedicated meetups on the topic. This may be one of the last times I speak on that particular strategy. I would just say that if I was starting, that is what my day would look like for quite some time.
You mentioned having 2 accounts that you're not allowed to.
Yeah.
So it's just like the seller, Amazon seller account, you're not allowed to have 2 accounts in one household or per person?
Your question is about how many Amazon influencer accounts you can have. You can only have 1. Is it like the seller accounts per household? So on the I would say it's stricter. On the Amazon Seller Central account side, you have, there's ways to have multiple seller accounts under the same household. Whereas with the Amazon Influencer Program, there is not even a permission process to get that done. So I know people that have under the same household and not been suspended. I know other people who have gotten suspended. Yeah, so the scary thing about the Amazon Influencer Program with that though, is there is not a, mechanism, there's not a process for appealing like there is on Seller Central. So when you're done, you're just done.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right.
But you are allowed to have other people review products in your account, right? It doesn't have to be you.
You can have other people in your Amazon Influencer account reviewing products that are not you, yes.
So you
Like-
can hire people to review.
Totally.
products.
There's a huge,
See?
this is one of them. Almost every one of these videos is a different person. And this is, I think, one of the largest. They're doing over $1 million a year. And that's all they do.
It's amazing.
You have to create a video for the product and download it so I can get money out of this? Or
For you to make money, you would upload a video review of a product. But the video review does not have to be, as a matter of fact, most are not. It's literally, this is the prime ice pop. It is my favorite drink. I used to drink Gatorade and it left me feeling dehydrated. I wouldn't use the word dehydrated, but you get the gist. It reminds me of eating a snow cone when I was a kid. I recommend it. It can be like that, and then you stop. It can also be where you're not on cameras. I know some people are afraid of being on camera. It can literally be camera set up right here on a stand, and it's recording, and you're going like this, and you're talking about it. I think it's great, very patriotic looking for you know what I mean, whatever you want to do, and upload it. And now, anytime somebody buys this, if they checked out your video for even a second, and they buy it, you're going to make a commission off of this, plus anything else they checked out with at the time. And if you're like my wife and I, and a lot of other people I know, they don't check out with one item at a time when you go to Amazon. So you might have had that stand, another helmet, birthday gifts, clothing, anything else in there, you make a commission off all of it. Right? So it's good to do, and it costs very little time of your week dedicated towards it. So I'm not saying do this to the exclusion of all else. And it's nice stream of income. I recommend it.
Do I have to have an LLC?
You don't have to have an LLC for this, but I recommend it. Just because of the amount of money that we've now proven over the last year that you can make with the program, it just makes sense to do that. So you can start writing a bunch of, you do some cool write-offs and stuff like that when it's your LLC. Yeah. All right. Let's get into some of this. So this is the topic we're going to have today. Any questions on that, by the way, that little piece? It was meant to be like a 10-minute slot, by the way. I didn't know it was going to take 30 minutes. But this is the topic we're going to talk about today, starting at 2 p.m., discovering profitable product ideas, using hobby magazines. And this is what I talked about earlier. This is our Grill and Chill at the Park 10-year anniversary. You are welcome to attend. I don't care how many times you've attended the meetup. Some people will show up and it'll be their first meetup ever, and they literally come in there and say, I came for the food. You're welcome to come, I don't care. You know, it's happened every year. It's every year. The only thing I have an issue with that on is sit down and ask a few questions. Tell me, congratulations on the 10-year. No, they go in there with 3 plates, they come in there, they fill the plates, and I'm like, thank you so much. Every year.
So for you, do we need to bring our
You don't need to bring
chairs?
anything.
Nothing.
If you don't have to bring anything, we're gonna have what we need. What the people that do ask, the hardest thing for me logistically to bring is water. And it's Miami, so the more packs of water we can have, the better. The other good thing about water, unlike an apple pie, is I can add those waters here, and they can go to everybody in the group in future events. I got the cutlery, I got the plates, I got the main staples, the brisket, the beans, the potato salad, the sauce, I got all that. And it's really good.
How many attendance last year?
I think it was 60, and it was one of our smaller ones. But remember, it's not all 60 at once. We're there. It starts like I try to have the food there at 12, so I put down that we're going to start like at 11 or 12.
Okay.
So if you get there a little earlier, it's Pavilion 5. You can sit there. I'll be messaging everybody. I'm more social on social media that day than anything. I'm posting pictures of the brisket as I pick it up. But and also some people are there like, is anybody going to come? I try to get there around 12 with the food,
Okay.
and then I wait a few minutes just till we get closer to about 12:30. I don't want to push it to 1, otherwise people get hangry. And we break open the food and we do it. But feel free to bring. You don't have to bring anything. Come, just come. But like the goal here is I'm trying to treat you guys for the ride we've done over the last 10 years and have something to celebrate. But if you want to bring chips, bring chips. A little thing of cookies, bring. Like you can bring any of that. I'll have the main staples. You don't have to bring anything. Don't not come because you're like, oh, I don't want to come empty-handed. I'm not doing that good. Like, don't worry about it. Like, trust me, don't worry about it. Like,
Okay.
I would pay to have you come. So like, don't not come because you think I'm going to be all bothered because you didn't bring water. So, but yeah, water, ice, either one. So this is it. Please come. All right. I want to talk a little bit about. So what we've been doing in the beginner hours, I've been opening the computer up and we've been doing some product sourcing, right? But we're going to do that at 2 to 3:30. We're going to do that all day today. Like that's part of it. We're gonna go, this whole discovering profitable product ideas with hobby magazines. I took advantage and opened a few of those hobby magazines up. I'm gonna give you a resource that somebody created. It has a full list of all the hobby magazines you can think of. But since we're gonna be doing a lot of that, I wanted to talk a little bit about just some best practices when it comes to finding a product. So I'm gonna by the way, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time talking about go get a patent. It protects you so much. Because the average person here, we're not gonna invent anything and invest all that money into a utility patent, right? But that's an option for you. If any of you have an invention, you know, stop me in my tracks. I'm happy to walk up. Hey, I didn't see you back there. How's that bag? Yeah. But I'm gonna try to cover what is kind of like an accepted best practice. So trying to find, and if you see me looking at this helmet, it's not like fixated on Star Wars, but since I have so many points to bring up, I have my little notes here. But try to find a product that's selling between $5,000 and $25,000 a month. That seems to be a good range to try to find something, and you know, using a tool like Jungle Scout here, which I'll get into in a second. But
5 and 25,000 items, or
no, $5,000 to $25,000 a month. It's kind of like the range if you're just starting and you really don't have any skills or anything like that. There's some of the big players are not there yet. They're looking at the stuff that has much greater potential. But that's a good one. Another good practice to apply is pick a boring niche if you're just starting. I know that sounds pretty basic, but I have this like product sourcing bar example that I use a lot when I'm processing a product. If I was sitting at the bar with a bunch of my buddies and said, hey, I'm selling iPhones, brand new iPhone, when it comes out, I sell that. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, that's so awesome. Or Samsung, for you Samsung people, I'm sorry for you, but like, whatever the case may be, you're gonna be like, that's such a cool, sexy product. Like, but if I said that I sold the pins that go inside the charger cables of the iPhone 10, you'd be like, damn, what did you do wrong in life? That's what you do for a living. But in reality, that's where the profits are at, right? Those non-sexy, boring products is what I found. So, on the other hand, you want to sell the iPhone, yeah, sure, $20 million line of credit, you have open, massive approval process, you're fixed on these pricing things you do, every advertising thing available you can't do, you're very stuck in what you can do, right? So, try to look for boring categories, and then I'm going to show you some examples of that and what I mean. Once you've done that, or another one would be bundles. The other thing you could do is, with those 2 steps above, you can bundle. I feel like we've reached a stage in Amazon where we've been bundled to death on some categories. Like if you ever search for party balloons, you can't just buy party balloons anymore. It's the party balloon, there's a party bag, they bundle so many different things that have to do with a party together. The listing looks like it was a target at a paintball competition, you know what I mean? Like it's just splattered everywhere. So
when you're doing that, you don't need the brand's permission, right?
With bundling?
Yeah.
Nowadays, if you're bundling, so if you're bundling as a private label seller, you are the brand. You don't need anybody else's permission. And a bundle there might look like you're selling a car jack for Teslas. I don't know if that makes sense, but like a car jack for Teslas. And you could just sell the jack, but you've decided to create a glow-in-the-dark bag that's really nice looking, that the jack goes in. So now you have bundled a bag, carry bag, and this together. Both of them are your brand. But you'll see this happen a lot where you'll be like, oh my God, everyone's selling jacks. Now somebody stood out, they've added a bag. Then they've added a little cleaning oil that they can use for the jack. And then next thing you know, this thing's getting all these little knickknacks attached to it. And that's how they're differentiating, and that's how everything's, you know, rotating as who gets the box.
How about if it's a bundle of let's say I was selling Prime, right? That bottle that you drink, but the one bottle doesn't make money anymore. I do a breakdown, I do 6 bottles instead of the 12-pack. That's considered a bundle as well.
Right.
Do I need permission from the brand to do those bundles?
So to repeat the question, you're asking like for the Prime water, you were selling a 1-pack, and it stopped making money, or it stopped selling, whatever the case may be. So you decided you're gonna bundle this with maybe other Prime waters.
Correct.
Or a Gatorade. Yeah, so there's a lot of opportunities on Amazon right now that you can get away with it without getting the brand's permission. but we're rapidly getting to a spot where you're gonna need the brand's permission to do that. To do those sorts of bundles.
Not only like to bundle it with your private label product, but also if it's just like a bunch of Prime.
Right, like you're selling a kitchen knife.
No, just 6 bottles, let's say 6 different flavors of Prime.
So, first of all, does a 6-unit item exist on Amazon already?
No.
Right.
I'm saying if it doesn't.
I'm gonna say, in almost every case, you're still gonna need the brand's permission.
You're gonna need the brand.
Yeah, there's some brands now that you can still pull that off, but again, I think this time next year, it won't even be a debate, like you just need
I
permission.
sell these Fairlife chocolate ones, and the 12 packs just don't make money anymore because they're too heavy, but if you break it down, you put 3 flavors.
Right, but part of the reason why you're 100%, I think, gonna need the approval for this is you're listing it under the brand Prime.
Gotcha.
And they probably have brand registry. Now, what some people have done is they've gotten the Prime water and they've added a smiley face sticker.
I've seen that.
Right, and now they've called the brand, Smiley Hydrate, I don't know. That technically breaks a whole bunch of rules, but in some cases, Amazon will be, hey, you got the word Prime in there, we want permission. In some cases, you get away with it and you start selling. Like,
I've seen they do that with the red cups from Sam.
this is an example of somebody who's doing it correctly, which we brought up, several times in the past. So what they have done is they've gotten Coffee Mate, they have permission, and they bundle it with this little white scooper, which is their brand.
And how did you know they have permission?
That's a good point. How do I know that they have permission? I don't know that they have permission. But at the scale they're at and how long they've been doing this, it wouldn't, and if you look at their website, like what they're claiming that they're able to do and how they approach brands and how it looks like they're trying to get new brands, it looks like that's part of their process. Also, I happen to know Twinnings loves people reaching out to them, trying to do this sort of thing. So they've done it with tea. And usually if you could see 1 or 2 ways that for sure a brand's doing it, I just assume that's their way of doing things across their business. Like if I'm sourcing online and I'm looking to identify whether a seller is an arbitrage or a wholesaler, if I see, over half of their products show less than 20 in stock, to me, I'm just saying that's an arbitrage seller. They're not getting satisfied. It just, I could be wrong. I mean, there could be 6 of them that are, a wholesale, but at some point you just have to make a judgment call. So that's a good point though. It's a good call out. I am assuming that, but to have a visual, that's what they're doing. So in this case, since the brand is by the cup, you're gonna get away with, in more cases, being able to just list this without that permission. I highly recommend you still get the permission. Say you created this and you're loving it and you're gonna put the kids through private school. I gotta use that example a lot, right? I have 2 small kids, you can put the kids through private school. You don't want them to be mid-year into school and then Coffee Mate sends you a cease and desist or asks who you are, or they stop supplying you and you can't keep, you put in all this effort into getting reviews and building this listing. I mean, they have close to 1,700 reviews. I mean, they're going on 1,700 reviews. This is.
And a follow-up question to that is, when you ask for that letter of authorization, do you have to tell them exactly what you're gonna do, or you just have to get the permission to be able to sell it online on Amazon?
I guess you.
There has to be
Well,
like
if you're getting
specific-
permission from them to sell it on Amazon, then what they're gonna, I think, naturally assume is that you're going to sell Coffee Mate on Amazon.
Correct.
But I think it still would be enough for you to be able to do this.
Got it.
I just think that this is not a matter of what's the minimum I can get away with. You don't want to be the one asking for, forgiveness instead of permission. You want to be clear with them on this. And as a matter of fact, the chances of you getting approved by them with that letter to do this is going to be higher if you're doing it under your own brand on your listing, because you're not interfering with anything that they have going on with their ads and their authorized resellers.
Copy.
So, yeah, so we have 3 different scenarios. We're getting 2 different flavors of Coffee Mate and putting them together as a bundle. We got a 6-pack, which is more of a multi-pack and less of a bundle. And then we have getting an existing Coffee Mate and putting it together with one of our own products, which we would call our own private label, in this case, a spoon, and putting it together. I don't call that a bundle, I call that a hybrid.
So for all of those, you still need permission?
should need permission, and in most of those cases, you must have permission. There's a few loopholes still where, ironically, Coffee Mate's one of them. For some reason, Amazon won't flag you for Coffee Mate or Twinings if you try to add it as Coffee Mate, you're gonna get flagged. But if you try to use it in your listing, they don't flag you.
Well, like a private label, huh?
Right, if you try to do a hybrid, they don't flag you for some reason on this.
Not yet.
Not yet, but
Yeah.
that's because today's Saturday, you know. Who knows what Amazon will do on Sunday?
Right.
Right? Right,
Yeah, 'cause a
yeah.
lot of people's account has been getting shut down because they don't have permission and they've been doing it.
Yeah, it's happening more and more. Again, I don't think the back and forth, kind of like the debate we're having on this, I don't think will even be a debate in a year. Like, I think it'll be 100% across the board, you're needing authorization. Yeah, so just, it's safer to move in that direction. Okay. So let me cover a little bit of what I got here. Products that sell between $5,000 and $25,000 a month, boring categories, bundle. I'm more of thinking that things are bundled to death. And then you need to find a supplier. So 3 main spots to get a supplier. One of them is Alibaba. There's other shoots of Alibaba, like 1688 and all that, but like, just think of Alibaba right now. They're pretty amazing. There's Thomas.net, if you're looking for something in the United States. Supplier in the United States, Thomas.net, fantastic one. And then you have, which I consider these people a supplier, is PLMA, Private Label Manufacturers Association, which if you download our app, the Wizards of Ecom app, in the App Store, bottom right corner in the Files section, you can get our PLMA digital catalog. You upload it to ChatGPT, and you can query it for any suppliers you're looking for, right? So you've done that. You have 3 different spots for suppliers. Yep.
Carlos, you mentioned about Alibaba. So everyone knows what happened last Saturday, right?
Which thing?
The Mr. former president got. So we never went through Trump's tariff back in 2016 to 2020. So most likely, if he wins this year, what's gonna happen? What do you think about resourcing out of state, outside of the country, and
Okay.
import from China? I want to hear that part.
Let me repeat it, and then I'm also gonna try to set up some boundaries on this conversation so that it's just the time we live in, right? Because we don't do politics and religion. I'm open to it. Outside of the group, you wanna talk, I'll talk, but just out of respect for everyone. And I don't want someone to throw anything at me.
Trump tariff. Yeah.
Right, yeah, so, and besides, if you say you like one candidate, everyone kind of says, that means you're this, this, and that, and I'm like, what, and when did that start? You know, it's just an awkward conversation. Everybody get it, like, so if anyone feels uncomfortable, the question is, when our previous president, Trump, was in office, he added what we call the Trump tax. It's
Yeah,
Amazon
Trump
seller.
tariff.
That was very relevant for everybody here. It raised the amount that all products you were getting in gonna get taxed 25%, right?
Yeah.
15%, no.
20,
I'm
I
blanking
believe
right
20
now.
to
20%,
30%. Yeah.
yeah.
Some
So-
of the 20s.
Yeah, so the team's question was, I guess tying it into last week, because of what happened last week, which means, I think you're in agreement with a lot of people, that because our ex-president survived what happened last week, the likelihood of him getting reelected as it stands now seems very high. And he has said that he wants to balance this tariff even more. I obviously do not know what goes on in presidents' heads, so I'm not trying to say that's the case. I'm gonna say, and I'm an Amazon seller too, God, how do I say this without putting my foot in my mouth? Okay, let's just do this. I don't care who wins, I'm gonna be happy.
Make more money.
I would like Trump to win, it's been better for business. Don't kill me on this, please. I am an Amazon seller though, and that means that stuff that I bring in might get taxed more.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the part.
My thought, and this is something you have to figure out on your own, like this next part, we shouldn't debate in here, but
Okay.
do you want to be taxed on everything hot? You want all your taxes raised? Or do you want the taxes that come from the country being raised? If one's going to get taxed, I prefer the stuff that's coming into the country personally than to have all my taxes hit. That's just my 2 cents.
I feel like you can always pass that down to the customer.
Right,
too.
that's my
Kinda
2
like
cents. I would rather not have all my income taxed higher, which is what one side wants to do versus the other. I also don't know for sure that they're gonna raise the taxes even more. I love competing and selling online. I do. And I do not get bent out of shape too long if a competitor beats me. The fact of it is this though, in China, they can sell online here in the US, not pay taxes, get shipping subsidized, and sell direct to a customer in the US. I'm not able to do that back to China. I would get hit with duties and tariffs. I don't get my shipping subsidized. To me, that is not a fair playing field when selling globally. So what I would like is it to be a fair playing field, because I want to sell to people in China. It's a huge population. So if that means temporarily raising taxes and tariffs on stuff coming in so that the other side can say, hey, let's balance this out, and let's let everybody sell to everybody, best brand win, that's where I'd like to be. Yeah, I think it's possible that he could raise taxes. Not taxes, I think it's possible he can increase the tariff from products coming from China if he gets into office. Possible.
How does the Trump tariff impact your business during the last his term?
Did it impact the business?
Did he on your side?
Yeah, you paid more for stuff coming into the country, and that came from your profits unless you raised your prices. Yeah. There's some people I hear that say it put them out of business, and I think that person was working on too small of margins. If that was the case, like, you had a pretty shaky business model to begin with.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And again, I have to say it, apologies to anybody if anything I said like bothered you. I am saying it with the most love in the world. After the next election, whoever wins, we're gonna have a meetup, and we're gonna talk about how to succeed in business. Like, that's what's gonna happen.
We're gonna pack our bags, we're going.
Yeah.
We're out here, sir.
And I won't wear any color hat after the election. All right, did that help? Did I answer it? I feel like I gave you a wishy-washy answer, but I tried to make it as.
So it's gonna help us to make a decision if we are going to source from China for.
This is what'll help you, like, if you're concerned about those tariffs. Right now, there is one sweet zone on Amazon to sell products, and you could almost disregard a lot of what I said and go into this one zone on Amazon and do well. And that is products that are selling between $100 and $250. The range of $100 and $250 on Amazon doesn't even almost doesn't matter the category. It's significantly less competition. You're not feeling the pain of profit compression coming from like rising CPC, PPC costs. Your tariffs, you have so much margin built in at that time that the tariffs is kind of like, let's ride this out for you. You have more like a decade view.
Mm-hmm.
If you're selling a garlic press, you have tiny margins, a 20% tariff increase. I mean, it gets ugly quick. So the one way to deal with that is getting into that higher spot on pricing.
You might need more capital, right?
Yeah, you might. Yeah, because to get a product that sells you $100, $250, it's probably not $5.
Right.
Yeah.
And you still sourcing those international or local?
Depends what it is.
Gotcha.
Probably. I mean, I love China, by the way. Like, I talk a lot about something. I mean, I love China. Most of my friends are in China. Like, I mean, I love it. Like, I love the people. But the majority of the products that you want to source, if it's outside of like food and a few other narrow categories, like China is the only shop in town. Like, I know they really want to hear that, but like, it's kind of true. I can tell you how many times I was like, I don't like what's going on in China. Let me go to Mexico, and I ran right back to China. Like, yeah. So it's not out of it's not out of any patriotism or anything like that. It's just like what makes sense. I'll tell you what. If you want to sell a drone, you decide you want to get it. You want to create a brand on drones. You are going to China, like, to build that drone. You're not going to Vermont. Like, and if you do go to Vermont, they're sourcing it from China, and they're just selling it to you. So you're probably not going to India to get that either. So, I mean, feel free to disagree, but that's been my experience in 15 years. All right, good talk though. So 3 major sources that I consider sources that you should look at first would be Alibaba. Again, Alibaba for anywhere around the world. ThomasNet, if you really want to look for US first. Or the Americas first, and then PLMA, which is not really a platform for that, but since we have access to the catalog, it's just great. PLMA is Private Label Manufacturers Association. And that one again is, if you go to our app, which is free,
I have that one, yeah.
the Wizards of Ecom app, any app store you download stuff, the bottom right, there's a file section, and when you click on it, it'll say PLMA, and that's the file. You get it. You can go through it manually. I suggest going to ChatGPT. And the final one right now best practice, if you've done all those other things, is when you do import those products, you wanna bring them in with Amazon Global Logistics. I'm not happy about that, but this is the case. You wanna bring it in with Amazon Global Logistics if it's coming internationally. Then you wanna send it to AWD, Amazon Warehouse Distribution, and then AWD drips it into FBA. So that's the broad overview that, again, I thought was gonna take 5-10 minutes, but took 20. Some ways to differentiate the product you have once you've followed that. It's like you're looking at something. Here are some questions that you should ask yourself when you're looking at a new product. You're trying to get those acronyms that I gave you? So it was AGL, Amazon Global Logistics, 2, AWD, which is Amazon Warehouse Distribution, 2, FBA, which is Fulfillment by Amazon. When you look at something, can you make it in a different color or design? That's one of the easy ones. But it's also one of the easiest ones to copy. So sometimes, like, for example, this is not the same brand. This one came out and did really good. Who do you think gave them inspiration? This one, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but this one normally has an energy drink that is this shape, but the energy drink for this brand wasn't around. So I was like, I looked at it, I got attracted to the red, white, and blue. Again, not patriotism, it's just more of the ice cream truck when I was a kid. And I was like, 3D, did they rebrand? I was like, no, it's a different brand. Tastes the same, but it's a different brand. So who do you think inspired them? Right? Sure. So like, it was very easy to copy the color on this, and I converted. So it's very easy to copy. Consider that when you're using it as your only criteria. The next one's gonna be, make it in different sizes. The example I'd like to give here is the Jungle Scout, which I'll tell you in a second. And we have time, we're gonna get into the next topic, but they had a case study a long time ago that was something they called jungle sticks. And it was these bamboo sticks that you could put a marshmallow on by the fire, right? And do the whole burn your hand hair, no, I'm just kidding. Do the whole like burning marshmallows or cooking marshmallows and s'mores by the fire. If you wanted to differentiate with size, make it longer. Maybe instead of a 12-inch, an 18-inch, so you're further away from the fire. You could make it stainless steel. But if you have something that's over 18 inches in stainless steel, you're now looking at oversized and a lot more fees on Amazon. So why not make it collapsible, right? So there's so many different things you can do than just accept the 12-inch jungle stick, right? That's what I mean by size. Bundle, we covered bundle. I feel like that's already great, but you can bundle with accessories that make sense. So if you have this jungle stick, why not give it at the end, have a little clamp to hold the marshmallows or the s'mores inside at the end. So a clamp, if you know someone's gonna be doing marshmallows with their sticks, why not sell them the clamp? The clamp would be a bundled accessory that's complementary to the product. So ask yourself, what are the bundled accessories I could do here? Can I change the length or the size of this, and would that be impactful? What could I do here color-wise or design-wise to make this look different? Multi-packs. I can't tell you how many people are leaving money on the table because they sell this product as a 1-pack, but they don't have a 2-pack, a 3-pack, a 6-pack, anything else listed. And if they just looked at their reports and saw, you know, people buy multiples of this thing, they would make a lot more money, not just in sales, but you're only paying the Amazon fee once instead of 3 times across a 3-pack on a multi-pack. Different material, I covered that a little bit. I got ahead of myself, and that's changed, you know, the bamboo wood stick into a stainless steel stick. That's a material thing. And dramatically improve the packaging, which is another one you can do, which, like the example I gave you with the car jack, most car jacks come with a bag, and it's meant to unzip once, and then the zipper falls apart, the whole thing goes to crap, and then you have to just toss this thing in the car. But if you took the time and said, you know what, I'm gonna create a really durable one that's built to last. Anybody else who's dealt with one of these bags will be like, wow, like I appreciate that. I'll pay a little extra for that, because yeah, I don't want to be carrying this thing that's leaving grease all over my hands. I want to have just the bag. So like, that would be like functional packaging that you've invested in. So those are questions that you can ask yourself. Okay, I think we covered that topic pretty good. The final thing I like to say before we move on to this next topic is, when I'm looking at a niche for private label or a brand that I want to get into, I want to see that there's 30 or 40 products that I can add to this brand. I've never made it that far, because I'll usually exit the brand and sell it for a nice multiple, but I like to see that I can go 30 or 40 wide. So if I'm deciding that I'm gonna get into camping tents, just it's random, I'm like, what are the other things that can go with a camping tent? It'd be like a lantern, it could be, you know, a portable fire pit, a shovel, and, you know, all these different things that you can think of. I'd like to look, I'm not gonna launch them all at once, but I wanna kinda see a roadmap of where I'm gonna go with this. What I do not mean when I say 30 to 40 is I'm gonna get 30 different colors of this tent. Those are variations. I'm talking about parent ASINs, like parent products. I wanna see that I can do 30 or 40 of them. And I see that that's gonna allow me to build out a nice brand with a deep catalog. Is everyone with me? Is this making sense for everybody? Is this helping at all? Good? All right. Anybody overwhelmed? There's some people that are new and I haven't had a chance to ask, you know, where you're at in this journey. Are you just starting?
Yes.
Okay. Is what I'm saying confusing or not making sense? Feel free to say it, because I want to be able to.
We just let me like, you know.
Okay. Okay. One other thing that I ask myself is, like the stuff that I shared with you now is kind of like the collective, commonly accepted best practice. The questions that I ask myself extra that I feel like are unique to me is this a consumable or a replenishable? Is there like a subscribe and save element to this product? If it doesn't, personally, I'm not interested anymore. That's just one of my criteria. And then the other one is, what would this look like as a hybrid?
Mm.
So if you're gonna sell, if I'm gonna make these in China, because that's where they would be made if they're gonna be made, these Star Wars helmets, I'm gonna list them as Star Wars helmets and I'm gonna sell them. I might even have different colors, but I'm also gonna look out there and say, is there a really known brand with a ton of search that has a brand of lightsabers? And I'll create a separate listing that's a hybrid that has that lightsaber with this. That makes sense? Yeah, so like what are the different options that I can really flesh out this catalog, even though I'm only gonna be selling this particular helmet?
So Carlos, you said your first point of those last two, you like to be in a consumable type of position?
Mhm.
So you prefer like?
Yeah, just because if you're running ads to acquire a customer, whether it's on Amazon or off, I like to have the element to see every single month a percentage of those people agreed to guarantee be shipped a unit every month. That's your subscribe and save thing building up. Like, how much different would you look at your business if you knew starting next month you had 1,000 sales? Like, hadn't even started. You got 1,000 people that subscribe and save that are buying your shampoo that are just like that. I have set it up to where I just get a new one sent every month. If you're selling knee braces, that's not how the world works. You don't do that with knee braces. If you're like me, you just collect them. You use them once and you can't find them again, and you buy another one when it's time, and then you have like 80 of them in your house.
Is that an option that appears based on the product itself, or the account, or like
Subscribe and save is a feature.
Is it just pops in there, or is it based on?
You can turn it on the back end. Yeah.
Did you see
You
that?
can turn the subscribe and save on the back end.
It's always more eligible, but in a lot of things.
Any product that can have that, I think you can do it with any product, but
with food items, you can.
with food items, it makes a lot more sense. With cosmetics,
I
beauty.
thought that they just pop around. I didn't know you had to go and.
Yeah, you activate it, but
Well, you have to activate it.
Amazon will activate it sometimes on their own, but
That's right.
I'm not saying yeah, but I just make sure if I have a product like that, I get it activated. Yeah, so again, those are just personal ones, and as we go through the rest of this into the rest of this, you'll hear me saying that a lot as I'm evaluating the products. And the goal is, with all these products that we're gonna go over, it's not for you to run out and go sell them. The purpose of this is for you to know how to go through this exercise, not me to hand you fish, but to kind of teach you how to leave here and go fish. That's the goal for today. I am gonna share, let me check this product
Yeah,
out.
Harry from the chat says he's 80, and he's asking how bad is your knee?
Bad. He called that good. Did he see? I wonder if Harry saw me limping, or I got 80 of them. Yeah. Oh, I think he was 80 years old.
I believe he's referring to his age. He said he's 80. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if it's his age or I said I have like 80 around the house. Either one of them. Yeah, that's a good call.
Maybe he meant that. Okay.
Yeah, I have them there, and then every now and then the cleaning lady will just bring one and say, "Where does this go?" And it's like full of dog hair, and it was like behind a TV or something, you know. And I was like, "Oh."
Just looking for that.
Yeah, I was looking for it 4 years ago. All right, I just grabbed the product, which we're gonna get to later, a little sneak peek. But wanted to show you guys a feature on Jungle Scout in case you didn't know it exists. And it has to do with suppliers. So if you're on the home dashboard, and I feel like it's relevant to what we just talked about. Anybody here use this, by the way, suppliers? No? Okay. So you go to Jungle Scout. I have a code for this, by the way, that gives you a deal and does not cost you anymore. And I think it kicks back the group like, I don't know, like $2 or $3 a month on it. So you can use it on your own, or you can save a few dollars with my code. But what you do is you come here and go to supplier database. And from here, you use this drop down. This is a very robust tool, but I'm just going to use the one, since this is the last thing we're doing in the beginner hour, for ASIN, ASIN number. And you find that by going to the product and going down to the description. Right here for the product information section, you see that every product has an ASIN number. So I copy it, and I'm coming over here, I'm pasting it. And what this is going to do is this is going to find in the import records of coming into the country this product, and the product itself, and who are the factories that have imported this on records. It's public information, it's just a pain in the butt to go through. Who makes this, and who specifically could make this particular product, this brand. So if you're looking for, like, I want to get into that, who makes it? Well, I bet you the factory who makes it for the #1 bestseller probably makes some quality stuff. Why don't I start there? This particular one out of Chile. So, but a lot of cool things you see here. It pulls up the product. This is Ardent. As you can see, Ardent Mills. Also, ironically, they have Trump's Party Ltd. I have no idea what maybe they're buying. But you see the top categories for this Chilean factory. A bunch of information on them to make an informed decision. You could save the supplier. So like if you're going through this regularly, which I'll show you in a, I'll jump over here and show you.
Is this to make another order, a special order for you, for example?
No, this would be like, say I wanted to get into this product, which is a freshwater Real Care 3-pack, and we're going to evaluate the product later. But I say I wanted to get into selling this product, but I'm like, who makes it? So Jungle Scout here with the supplier database does two things. One, it finds if this brand and the brand's company name imported the product, unless they took extreme measures to hide their identity, which most people don't, then it's public information to find it and connect it here so that you're saying, oh, this company actually makes this product for this brand. So now you know you can contact them. They're aware of how to make this product. They have everything in place to be able to make this kind of product. And then you can evaluate the next ones, which is going to be other factories that have the wherewithal to make products like that. So we see that there's a lot of Chilean companies. Like say you prefer working with German, say you want to work with a company in China specifically and you're trying to go that, you just go through. And it looks like Shanghai East Best International Group makes this particular product. So what I would do is I would copy this, I would go to Google, I would paste it, I'd put Alibaba behind it. First I'd paste it in Google and I'd look at it, I'd find their website, and then I'd find them on Alibaba, and there you go. Like it speeds things up a lot versus you going down the Alibaba rabbit hole and spending the next 10 nights of your life, you know, with shiny object syndrome trying to find stuff. Other cool feature that this has is, you know, if I wanted to save this supplier, I could, but you can come over here to supplier tracker within the supplier section, and you can create these little folders. So like some people are working on multiple folders, multiple products, different products. You might be thinking of something you want to bring to market next year, and you want to start doing some of that research, you want to save it in an organized way. You can have all these different folders created. Oh, this one's for the beauty product, this one's for the tent, this one's for the cups, this one's for the helmet, and start compiling all that information. So is that helpful for you guys? I told you guys I was going to start bringing tools in little by little.
Is Jungle Scout easy to get hands on comparing to Helium-10?
Jungle Scout's much easier than Helium-10. Also much more accurate in my opinion. Currently, they've had their years where one of them was more accurate than the other.
It is. I spent a lot of time to learn how to use Helium-10 back 2 years ago, and now switch to another it's a little challenge for me because I don't want to spend that much time to learn this software again.
No, this is extremely easy, but I don't share this to say you should stop Helium 10. I mean, whatever works for you, keep doing it. This is the one that I use.
Okay.
So, and they took the time to create the reason I don't use a lot of tools in the meetup group is usually all my products are connected on the back end. So with business partners and everything else, I run into issues of, or privacy.
Yeah.
Or say on the services side, I have a client's thing connected to the back of it. Just for privacy's sake, this is streaming all, and then it's going into the video vault where people can watch it. It's not good to do that. So I was like, hey, a lot of people in the group are asking for me to start using show them how to use software for some of these things, and they created a sandbox account for me that has access to everything.
Does the Jungle Scout offer trial, free trial?
Yeah. Reach out to me and I send you a link that I think gives you a free trial. Yeah.
Okay.
And if there's not a free trial one currently in place, I can get one for you.
Okay.
Yeah, but just reach out. All right. Let's go over here. Okay. I can share this with everybody. I didn't create this, but from Ecom Ventures. Forget his name, but he created this. This is a magazine database. So this person took the time to create this website. Anybody that wants it, you just reach out to me afterwards. I don't have an email that you sign up for or anything like that, and then you never answer my emails again. Just reach out to me personally, and I'll send you the link to this afterwards. But we're gonna be using this moving forward for the rest of the meetup as sort of inspiration. And I took the time, for time's sake, to open a few of these other ones through the rest, using a few of these. But what happens is, I gotta stand up for a second. So what happens is that how I approach, you saw the criteria that I shared a little bit ago with what you should kind of ask yourself and look for generally when you're picking a product. But one of the things I do is kind of like a stairway to PL, if you will, and that is I like to be 4 or 5 steps away from the main category. An example of that would be kitchen. I want to be in kitchen. That's a great way to lose money, just to say I want to be in the kitchen. But within kitchen, there's bowls, ceramic bowls, ceramic soup bowls, French onion ceramic soup bowls. So like once you get 5 out, or in the 4 to 6 out range, I find that that's where there's very little competition, excellent profitability options there. Thank you for joining us today. That's where I like to be. Always have. With what some people do is they don't do that and they just get a software and they're like, show me the products that have less than X amount of reviews, weigh under 2 pounds, sell for $80, like this wish list criteria filter that everybody uses and everybody winds up with the same product, and that's why there's a race to the bottom on price. So I find my way to be unique in the sense of you could find some stuff that you wouldn't surface with the software. With that same criteria, the 4 or 5 steps away from the main category. And by the way, does anybody get that? Because we're going to build on that link. Okay. That same process of doing that, what I like to do is I like to look at hobby magazines because a lot of them are talking about things that are like on the bleeding edge of what's coming out. Even something like the American Bee Journal, talk about exciting, where it talks about honeybees. Well, the way they do honeybees 100 years ago, 10 years ago is not the way they do honeybees now. There's the newest gear within that category. It takes a while for what they're talking about in the sense of that gear to actually make it to Amazon and start qualifying for some of these filters you're using to start selling. What I like to do is jump into these. And again, I just pulled this one from this link, and I'm like, wow, it's like gameandfishingmag.com. Who do you think they want to talk about here? They want to show links to the newest products, the best sellers in this niche, and link to them on Amazon, show them off to their community as, hey, this is what's coming next. They don't want to show old, stale things. So a few ways that you can go about this. One of them, nowadays, is you can just get this link, you can go into ChatGPT, And you could just ask ChatGPT to go through this site and pull out all the product mentions that are in here that are not oversized products, put in the dimensions, and could be sold on Amazon. And literally, it will just scrape it and build a list.
So it's scraping them?
I'm using the wrong word. It's not scraping. It does its ChatGPT thing or whatever that is. It goes through the site. Does it miss a bunch? Sure, but it comes up with more than I could ever launch. But it's an easy way to just evaluate a niche quickly and go down a rabbit hole. Again, you're just looking to go 30 to 40 wide when you do find something. I tried to, this data. Okay, so one of the things I found when I went through this, mind you, I did a little bit of ChatGPT. I also just went for, I think this particular one, let me see if I should go for beginners. I looked up float tubes. Actually really loved the category, but these float tubes are kind of large to sell on Amazon. But when you looked up fly fishing float tube accessories, it got interesting. Let me see if I can find the actual. It must have been one of the. It must have been in one of these articles. But here's what I found. I'm tempted to get a few of these for the picnic, by the way, next weekend. But I actually love this. So, first of all, I don't see what this is a hat. Not expensive. Look at some of the prices that this thing is selling for. And that is a lot of profit margin. It has a tiny little hat that can be charged with a USB, these tiny little fans that point down to keep someone cool when they're out there in the water. Notice that the reviews, again, we're not breaking out a tool and evaluating the product, but notice how few reviews some of the top people up here have with ads. I mean, the top person has 593. That is very catchable if we're looking at reviews. And if we go into our #1 bestseller, this person has 1 review and sold over 100 a month. At 1 review at $38.99. I mean, that's an opportunity, right? I mean, you could break out the tools and we can debate this all you want, but how often are you seeing a product, or how much do you dream, like, I wish I could just get a product really quick, it could just sell over 100 in the first month, and with only 1 review. 400, in case you were doubting, 400 plus with only 15 reviews. I would have never looked up this product had I not gone the hobby magazine route. Like, it was just, there's no filter I would have put into place to go find a product if it wasn't this way. Think about this. When you first launch a product, you're very nervous. Is it gonna sell? You get so happy with that first sale. This person from day one, look at all these people. These are the #1 organic positions, by the way, guys. So for people that are new or anybody new on the stream, when I search for wide brim solar fan outdoor fishing hat, right? Long tail keyword. This first spot right here is an ad. Someone's paying for that, which I like. I like it, by the way. This are sponsored product ads. I mean, someone's paying here. So this is not necessarily any of the #1 bestsellers. Oh, as a matter of fact, here's the #1 bestseller. 3.5 stars, 9 reviews. 9. Like 9 reviews and over 300 plus sold in the past month. At $40, these little fans that are on this thing, you can buy them for like $1.50. With a stick to hold them, and you see them. They give them away for free at the games. Like it's not an expensive product, and the fabric of the hat is just a hat. I think the only problem you might have here with this hat is I don't know how it folds. And you could be, if this is one of these things that don't fold, then you're looking at a slightly oversized product. But at $33.99, $39.99, I'm still very interested. Any questions so far on this? Like, who's not with me? Because if you're not following me on this product, you don't know where I'm at yet, or why I think this is exciting, for example, the rest of this is going to be very boring for you. And I really want to help you guys, so just let me know. You guys following with me? Because I know you're new. You're good? Good? Everybody good? Okay.
With this type of product, do you have to start a mold?
No mold.
How do you actually just put on? You can buy 2 parts from 2 different suppliers, and then you just put them together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the beautiful things about a hat for me, I put it under the garment, textiles, and fabrics categories. This is like a phase 3 in China Canton Fair type of thing. But anytime you're dealing with something that is fabric related, you don't need to pull a mold. This is more of a, anybody here, by the way, that knows how to do like sewing or any of that stuff?
It's like the paper model, right?
It's like a
cutout.
It's a template, or it's like this cutout that you see, and they're just changing what you need done, and then they're going in and cutting it, putting it together. So it's very quick. I mean, we could buy one of these and just pick it apart in a future meetup, but sorry, I'm clicking on this person's ad. But in this case, I mean, let's just look. Oh, we can do better than this. That's good. It's waterproof. Oh wow, what did that add? 5 cents. Honeycomb, breathable. I like that. Honeycomb. It's a good word. Kind of like when somebody has a stainless steel product, they don't say stainless steel, they call it surgical grade stainless steel. You know, just like amping it up. And yeah.
I like it.
I like it.
Actually, that is perfect for a review to the influence product.
It's great. Let's see. Well, I got a yellow box here. So what happens is the reason why this doesn't have an influencer, well, that's weird. Let's see.
So it has a video.
It does have a video. Let me take a look at the opening.
I'll do it.
Look at all these variations. Wow.
Those look like.
Oh, it gets better, guys. This listing has sold over 600 units, 593 ratings. It's merchant fulfilled. If this was FBA, this would be selling even more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even more, and it's merchant fulfilled. Incredible. Country of origin, any guesses? China. All right, so I discovered that. Do we want to pick that apart anymore? And I got that one by clicking on one of these. I'll just randomly grab one of these and open it, but I just clicked on one of the blogs on this. I use ChatGPT too, but I clicked on one of these blogs, and if you go through, sometimes I'll scan through real quick and I'm looking for hyperlinks. This one doesn't seem to have much, that's great. Just trying to make me look bad here. But it's strange that one had none. But you'll see hyperlinks here, and the way content sites like this make money is they link out to affiliate sites. The #1 affiliate site in the world, Amazon. So you'll see a lot of things clicking out to Amazon. Okay, so let's go.
Quick question, I just made me think that. Can you drop ship merchant fulfilled on Amazon?
That is a great question. Repeating it, can you drop ship merchant fulfilled on Amazon? So if you're doing merchant fulfilled, well, first of all, you want to stay away from most versions of drop shipping, right? But in this case, there is a company. There's a company called Portless, and Portless, what they do for pretty small fee, they will set this up for this product, and it's very likely with this volume that is exactly what these people are doing. And they set something up like this with Portless, and what happens with Portless is when an order comes in, your factory, who has your products, or Portless, your factory drips stuff into Portless, Portless receives your order and ships. And they will deliver anywhere in the United States in 2 to 3 days, and the return address and the packaging does not show that it came from China. It looks like it was a local courier. So you don't have that, like if you ordered a product and you're like, I feel kind of sketchy, it's kind of sketchy, because some people have a stigma like certain products they don't want to get if it came from China or India or whatever country, or the US, and they don't want that stigma. Portless will set it up to where it doesn't even look like that. It looks like it comes from like somewhere in Wyoming. So they could be doing that. And the benefit there is that you don't have to buy a massive MOQ, bring it into the country, tie up your capital for a while. Still though, on Amazon, the name of the game is FBA. Like 60% of the households in the United States have a Prime account. A growing percentage of them, when they go shop on Amazon, they're like, show me Prime eligible items. I mean, who here buys on Amazon? By the way, out of curiosity, how many of you buy products merchant fulfilled? Not for reselling. You don't buy them.
Especially because you always want it fast. So
Yeah.
If you want it fast, then Prime is the best.
Yeah, I just bought something for my son this morning.
It's
I
gonna
ordered,
get
I ordered it
today.
this morning. It's gonna be there it's there now.
There you
It's
go.
gonna be there 2 p.m., 2 to 3 p.m., it's there now. It's crazy. I'm not buying merchant fulfilled. I'm spoiled. So, okay, next one. No questions on the stream? You guys remember this one from earlier?
No
So,
questions.
what I did on this one is I asked myself the question, remember, I looked through a bunch of these and just started finding some like random products that I would see here in like images. See, field skills, do-it-yourself, trout bait. One of the questions I like to ask myself, I told you, is it a replenishable or a consumable? So this is gonna be it in application. Obviously, I did not look at a fishing rod or fishing line and say, is it consumable? Of course not. But the other way to ask that is, how do you clean it? So anytime you look at a product, how do you clean it? If you're looking at a coffee maker, how do you clean it? Like, just this thing, does it need to be clean? And if it doesn't need to be clean, how do you lubricate it? Like, ask yourself a version of how do you clean it, how do you lubricate it? Because what you've tapped into is it consumable? Because the cleaning solution or the lubricant is gonna have to be reordered. It doesn't last forever. You don't apply it once and that's it. So what I did here is when I was finding these different things of like bait and line, I was like, how do you clean it? I don't know. I don't know fishing. So if anybody here knows how to fish, call me out on this, but I was like, I don't know how to do it, but do you have to clean it? I saw how pricey those reels were, and they're dealing with different types of water. I'm assuming they get gunky, so like, how do you clean it? So I stumbled across this. Not loving the 1550 here. This is more, I don't think you should run out and get this, but this could be done in a bigger size to sell for a higher price point. This could be bundled with 3 spools of nice line to make this a higher price point item, and here's the stuff that will clean this line that you're buying. And we used it in the example with Jungle Scout as to like how to find the actual supplier of this cleaning solution. Again, 1550 is pretty small, product only sells for 50. The last one I showed you, I love this hat to sell it. Like, I think it would be a great opportunity to do it. This one is more of like just an example for you of a way to ask yourself, is this consumable, in a different way, so you know what to look for. I'm imagining that this product would cost about $2, $2.20 to make in a US factory. Like the one in Boston, like Tropical Products or something like that we talk about a lot. But with the packaging, by the way. So it's not that this would be unprofitable, but yeah.
So you said this product in particular is coming from Chile?
This, yeah, according to the importing documents, but if you look up here,
Yeah, I see.
it says made in the USA.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe they used to bring it in and they decided to make it here. Maybe there's other brands and companies called Ardent, because this is their brand name. Rarely does the brand also have the same legal entity name, so maybe it's just pulling, it's getting it confused. It also showed multiple suppliers, all of them are not. But what I find is I've rarely used it to where at least one of the factories didn't have the capabilities to make that product.
Probably the paper insert is made in the USA.
Possibly, right?
Nice.
Making inserts great again? All right.
Miga.
All right, ready to go to the next one. Birds and blooms. I don't know why that's there. That was odd. Okay. So I went to birds and blooms. I obviously didn't land on this article, but remember we talked about a couple weeks ago when we were doing the product sourcing, and I was like, somebody said, hey, I got access to a shampoo facility in Brazil. What do you think I should sell? And I was like, man, Brazilian shampoo and hair, I mean, that's competitive. Like, that's like, we're talking about selling, that's like fat burner type competitiveness, So I was like, what outside of the box would I do if I had access to a facility that made shampoo in Brazil with what I know about selling online and Amazon? I'm all tied up in there. And what I came to, I was like, I did the same thing, like shampoo. shampoo for pets, shampoo for dogs. I didn't like what I saw. Then it was like shampoo for cats. And I'm like, well, I'm stuck here. What do I need to do? And then I'm like, hold on. Why don't we try breed? And I came up with, for those of you that didn't see it, shampoo for Sphinx cats. And we tore this apart. I think it's a great category to get into. I won't rehash the whole thing, as most of you have heard it. If not, you could look at the past recordings of our classes. But the process, you saw I just applied it again towards cats. But I was like, let me apply this to shampoo. And that's how I came up with it. But I'm like, let's just go straight for the breed here and try to find a product. So I went on to Amazon and I was like, let me see what I did on this one. I put in hummingbird feeder accessory. I put hummingbird accessories, and then I saw hummingbird feeder, and I was like, hold on, hummingbird feeder accessories. Hey, oh my God, say hi. How are you? So good to see you. Yeah, all right. So I'm like, hummingbird feeder accessories, and then one of them was a cleaning brush. So I was like, really? There's a brush dedicated to cleaning hummingbirds up? And I saw this, and it just killed me. I'm like, what? You guys here for the event or for something else? For me? Okay.
The event.
Yep. Oh, for the event. Yes, welcome, come in. No, my wife told me that somebody's on the way to pick something up, so anytime somebody comes in, I'm like, are they here for me or are they here for? Yeah, welcome. So I looked at this, and I was like, well, maybe this is a 100 pack of these tiny little wire brushes, and I had to check it out. It's one. This is, in another category, this is called pipe cleaner, and it's pennies. Yeah. So I would have never looked this up. I don't think you should build a business around this. I'm not saying you should go on it, but I was like, $16.89 for this little piece of wire and some bristles? Isn't this like a differently shaped toothbrush at the end of the day? Again, if I would have just gone straight for another way of looking for products and not using the hobby magazines, I wouldn't have found it. And once you're there, you can start seeing an example of what I talked about earlier. I think people have gone like ridiculously overboard with the bundling, where you see this is getting a little out of control, right? If you look back at the history of the listing, they probably started with one of these. And they're like, oh, let's go to 2. And they kept kind of like the party supplies back, and they kept adding and adding and adding. Any questions on that so far? All right. So I kept going. This one was interesting. I don't think this is a good opportunity to sell.
Actually, you bring up a good point there. So if you create a listing and say you start selling and then you want to add something to it, that's okay with Amazon's policies?
I think you're technically supposed to create a different listing. Nobody does. Nobody gets to like 600 reviews on their listing. And it really also depends on how different the listing is. So like, if I was selling, this energy drink, and then I'm like, I did really good on the energy drink, and then my wife's like, no, we're not selling unhealthy stuff. I don't like you drinking energy drinks. And I decide I'm gonna sell this Star Wars helmet. I really shouldn't just start swapping out everything on the back end of this and now put up a helmet and then later on say, I'm in the wrong category, put me in, right? So that's one extreme degree of it. The other one is,
just adding something.
You have this and you've decided, instead of saying 3D, you want it to have like a sphere and 3D. I'm sticking with the same listing. If it's still the same energy drink, I'm sticking with it. You see this a lot in the apparel space. So like somebody that might have a line of bikinis or something like that, and it's very seasonal, and they have certain things that aren't going to be evergreen and last forever. They build, instead of you creating every different season a brand new listing from scratch, you're probably going to keep bolting these on as variations or swap out some of the details on a type of, that's the extent of my knowledge of like bikinis, but like a blouse, you might just swap out some details, some minor details on it, and then take advantage of the fact that it's a very seasoned listing, has traffic, has a social proof on it with the reviews. So it's a gray area.
I mean more like just like keeping that product still on the listing, but like adding something to it, like,
I mean, add a variation.
Yeah, if you have a product that adds something, you just control the ASIN.
yeah.
By brand registry on that brand.
You could, in this case, say you were just selling this, and I wanted to sell it a second one or a third one, I would
Yeah.
probably add it as a variation. But if I wanted to add whatever in the world this little thing is, these hooks, I personally wouldn't create a separate listing of this with the hooks, I would just add the hooks. I would.
Carlos, it's amazing to see you showing us different type of products. So, well, from our side, I want to know if you're into several things, just by you showing us, do we have to have a different brand registry to look good?
Right, so you're saying, thank you for the compliment too, by the way, you're welcome for showing the products. I'm not showing these products for you to go out and get these products. I'm not showing you these products because I'm gonna sell these products. I'm not. At this stage, my wife's not gonna keep letting me launch brands. So like I'm showing these products mostly for like if all of you went out and started buying these brushes, it's not gonna end well for you if everybody just starts selling the same brush. But this is instead of, it wouldn't be impossible. I'd love the challenge for me to sit down with each of you and give you a product, say that's amazing, go do it. I do something like that, but outside the scope of the group. This is more of like sort of teaching you how to fish so that when you leave here in this limited amount of time on a Saturday, you can go out there and apply this to whatever category you want and have some criteria to use to evaluate products.
Okay.
That's it. Now, I try in the group when I do pull up a product, if I like it, and I'd be like, man, that would be something I would do, or that's something I would have done if I was starting, I try to say it. So like when I was starting, not only would I have sold this, I'm pretty sure I did. I started several different humidor cigar accessory brands, and it's not this exact product, but there's a pipe cleaner that you can get that's not that different than this. We just sold it as a pipe cleaner.
What I mean is, like, we have one brand registry with the brand name. So if we with the brand, like a shampoo brand, and you want to sell something totally apparel, and maybe we're gonna go through the brush, and totally not related to your brand, but you only have one brand registry. You want to add the stuff into your category.
The question is, if you have a brand registry, you go to launch a product that's completely different.
Different,
the types
yeah.
of products you have.
Yeah.
Do you create a separate brand registry, or do
Yeah.
you put it under the same? The Amazon rules say you can put it under the same. I don't think you should. I think it should have its own brand and it should be separate. But where is a good example of this? I think we just looked at one. Is this it? Hold on, let me look at something. Is that a doorbell? Okay, I think this is it. So, okay, yeah, this is it. Look at this. This cleaner that we just happened to be looking at, great question, is a Hummingbird theater cleaning brush. Oh, come here. And it's a Hummingbird theater cleaner brush. And the brand is Fry Oil Saver Company, right? That's their brand name. So let's check it out. This does not look like Hummingbird to me. This looks like, unfortunately, French fries that I like too much, right? So like, this has nothing to do. Oh my God, is this mayonnaise? What is this? Oh, this looks good.
Ooh.
Hold
That's
on,
to clean the
I'm
fryer.
opening it up.
This is exactly what we're talking about today in action.
Oh,
Accidentally.
exactly.
Ting ting.
Okay, ting ting. Let's see what we got here. Hold on. Okay, let me try to stay. I'll get really nerdy about this. I got like looking at it. So this is what they sell. I'm actually liking this stuff. Oil stabilizer and filter.
That's a good price too.
Let me cut the feed. No.
This is
Mr. Oil. So they seem very oil focused, yet they have a Hummingbird cleaner.
Clean brush.
Let's you guys want to sidetrack on this new product we just found real quick and just
Do it.
Yeah, to see something. I'll evaluate it live, but like.
Do it.
So FryWiz Deep Fryer Cleaner. I like the $56 price point on Amazon right now. You know, after Amazon fees, that still leaves you with something. This,
7 pounds of powder.
it's 7 pounds, so that's something to keep in mind. When you're paying shipping and everything with Amazon, you're dealing with a 7-pound product and not a half-pound product. But I want to know, what is it? Does anyone know, by the way, what this is? Is it a powder?
It's a powder.
It says powder?
Yeah.
Cleans the fryer.
Yeah.
Right.
Non-foaming
So
fryer clean.
what I would do almost immediately for this is you go to something called like standuppouches.net, and you can get a pouch that could fit 7 pounds, it could fit a big protein thing. The reason I would put it in something like that is I would make the pouch fit a United States Postal Service flat rate. You can't put this in a flat rate. And if you go to ship 7 pounds to California, you're probably gonna be like $20 for this thing to ship or more.
What's the website again?
Standuppouches.net. But if I change the packaging, remember one of the things I talked about earlier, dramatically improve the packaging. I wouldn't call this, well, it's dramatic to your bottom line and your bank account, but like, it's a dramatic change of the packaging than one of these containers. I would do it, and I do it in a way to where, first of all, that it can fit a flat rate shipping envelope. The other thing here is if this is like anything like protein powders, which obviously it's totally different, I bet you they have a fill rate to these things. When the machines make them, there's like a poof. It's a mess. But like there's gonna be a fill rate on this, and if you open a bag of chips, they're not filled to the top. So there's probably a lot of wasted space in this container. I would look at how we can do this and fit it into something more compact, because they're probably overpaying in Amazon fees. So this is me just like looking at this live, so like total overhaul there. I love the fact that they're showing kind of the end result of this product, and this looks like a very clean, it looks unlike some of the burger places I've been inside. Like my buddy owns a burger place, and I go in the back and I'm like, it does not look that clean. But like, at least they're showing it, they're showing the made in the USA up front. So I feel like while the packaging looks, it's not very like aesthetically pleasing, it checks the boxes in that it says, it communicates visually on what the product is about. This is bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Any guesses on whether this is a real kitchen or this was 3D rendered in? Wow. Resellers, no, they got A+.
Oh look, there's fryer cleaning brushes that look very similar
Oh,
to
look at
the
that.
hummingbird
Look
brush.
at that. Good catch. Look at this. This is the same thing as the hummingbird cleaner. So it looks like this company started, so they have a fryer cleaning brush. I bet you if they found out that there's a pipe cleaner that looks identical to that, they would have a pipe cleaner listing. It's probably the same factory, they're ordering the same product, and they're just kind of cloning the use of it. It's like creating a dog shampoo, but instead of creating a dog shampoo, creating a Labrador shampoo, same product, Labrador shampoo, German Shepherd shampoo, you know what I mean? Golden Retriever shampoo, same shampoo, but when somebody's searching for it, like, oh, am I gonna get the dog shampoo or am I gonna get the Labrador shampoo? It's like my Labrador, right? You're gonna get the Labrador. So, looks like they're doing that really well. Kudos to them, man. But the other thing I like to do is, remember, we're just looking at a listing and everything looks great here on the listing, but I'm gonna look up I would now look up this, because I want to see what the competition looks like for that.
And that's renewable, right? Because it's a cleaner at the end of the day.
Okay, so now, I like this packaging. I find this packaging to be a little more aesthetically pleasing. It's also 8 pounds for 44, so some options there. I like this whole play right here. It makes me think of like Breaking Bad, which is like my favorite show ever. It kind of looks like the periodic table of elements. Branding, I don't know, personally, I like that. This looks like
Mayonnaise.
Hellman's.
There's
Hellman's,
your
man,
bag
right?
at the end.
This is like Hellman's. And this one's got a bag similar to the pouch we were talking about. Unscented, so it looks like there's some scent options. You probably don't want your fryer to smell like lavender. What I do like about this, just to back up, when I search for it, I don't know if this is the main search term, but this is close enough for me to get an idea of what's going on. This ad is not relevant to the search term. This is not having to do with like deep fryers. This is not super relevant. This is a shower glow. So to me, it just means that there's a lot of opportunity in this listing. Just okay, we'll get back on track, but good catch. But yes, we wanted to find something and we asked ourselves, is this consumable, is this replenishable? And we stumbled upon something that was right here.
And also that unique brand registry is not necessary.
Right.
Mm.
In their case. Yeah. I doubt they're doing anything off of Amazon. They just got one brand registry and they slammed everything underneath. I would do different brand registries.
Okay.
If the only product that was gonna go outside of my brand registry was Hummingbird brush cleaner, I wouldn't start a whole other brand and get a trademark in the Hummingbird bird space. I would probably just list it because it's so minor. Or I just wouldn't sell it, because I'd be like, if it's not worth the effort of setting up a brand for a product, why am I even gonna sell the product?
Gotcha.
Would be kind of like my logic. This next one, where was this? We passed that, okay. Yeah.
You got a question from the stream?
Yeah, let's do it. Is that a question you had?
Maria's asking, maybe if I got it.
Hi, Maria.
Oh.
Maria's asking, does anyone know if any app, be it Jungle Scout, Helium 10, or any other, can tell from listing variations their specific sales volume variation instead of the whole sales volume for the listing?
Say that again?
So, that's really good that you said that. The question has to do, if you have a variation listing, can you tell what variation is selling how many? So if you're gonna sell these cleaners, and there was, say the bristles were different colored, there was a red, blue, green, orange, blah, 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 and you're deciding, I wanna list one of these, you wanna pick the one that sells the best, how can you find out which one of those color variations has the most velocity? The answer I've been giving to that for over like the last decade apparently is not the best answer, and I just recently interviewed Eric from Amazon Lit on the podcast, which should be coming out like imminently. And apparently he showed me a tool that I wasn't even messing with that gives it to you exactly. But I was saying to use something called Rev Seller, and what Rev Seller would do is it will not show you how much each of the variations was selling, but it will show you the review breakdown for each of the variations. So logic kind of went like, you had 10 variations, and the variation that had the most reviews sold the most. And then you would approach it that way. But Eric in the podcast, and I can't remember the name, and I'm not trying to soft plug my podcast,
right
although
now
it's
you-
great.
And right now you have Amazon has a feature that show you more or less how much
Per variation.
per variation.
Do you know where that's at?
Well, when you see 50 plus a month, is that variation that is selling the 50 units right now.
Oh, well check that out. So this,
But also you can use, and it's more or less the same answer that you got. Using Keepa, you will see on variations, all the variations. The one that had the trophy is the one that had more reviews. And in theory is the one the most.
yeah, so Rev Seller apparently is good. I just learned right now that this 100 bought in the last month, if this was a variation, this number would change depending on the variation page I was on. I didn't know that. I learned something there.
And also, look for one that has different variations, and when you change the variation, you will see a different number. Disappear.
Yeah, so this one's not selling any per month. That's a disturbing photo. Nothing against the person, but something just seems wrong. I feel like I would see this in a different kind of site.
She seems very, very comfortable while wearing that.
She doesn't seem like she needs the fan.
She
That's
doesn't-
what it
yeah,
is.
she
This looks like
doesn't-
a glamour shot, whereas I can see sun and stuff out here. I think this was, never mind. I'm ran in trouble. Okay, so. Click back on that. Let me just click to another one. Oh. So this is the variation that sells 600 plus. Well, that's a great tip right there.
Mhm.
Thank you, Cesar. Hope that helped. Where were we? We moved past the brush. We moved past Hellman's Mayo.
Electro nectar?
I really don't like a lot about this listing, besides the fact that it's sold over 30,000 units in the last month.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
Wow,
Right.
that's serious.
Love electro nectar.
So, yeah, I love Electro Nectar now, but it sold over 30,000 units in the last one. I'm bringing up this listing for something totally different. I stumbled across this and I feel like there's something cool to know here. I haven't broke down this listing enough either to know it seems like this was intentional. How the pricing they have on the pack of two, the 16 ounce and the 64 ounce, this looks like defensive pricing in the sense of they're discouraging you from wanting to get in and to compete with them. Because this is 64 ounces at only $10.99. So we're subscribe and save that's set up on this. So anyone that's into birds probably is on a big subscribe and save on this. I'm bringing this up for a different reason. What stands out to you on this main image? Okay, what catches your eye?
Amazon selling it.
Well, stick with the main image.
There's some kind of red tag, why not red?
Right. That's what caught my eye.
Yeah, look at
Why
that.
not red? So I didn't understand what it was, so I zoomed in. Why not red? KT Hummingbird Electronectar mimics flower nectar with added electrolytes and no artificial colors. Hummingbirds are attracted to the color of your feeder, not the color of the food. So I kind of think this is genius. And I'm gonna tell you what I think happened here. That way, if you're dealing with something like this, you got it. A lot of the times you sell a product and people are not using it correctly or don't know how to use it efficiently and kind of getting frustrated and writing it off before it's time, or they have like some preconceived notion.
Oh.
So in this case, I suspect at some point they said, we're dealing with too much BS from people in the comments saying hummingbirds are only attracted to red. So why not answer this? This is the #1 thing we're dealing with. And they answered it with, why not red? Like, you're looking at this and you're like, I would get it, but hummingbirds are attracted to red, I'm not gonna do this. Oh, they're answering this. And it's letting you know, I feel like I learned something here, assuming it's true, that hummingbirds, the food color is not necessarily here in this case what's gonna attract them. You just gotta make sure that what you have the food on is red on the actual feeder for them to come. So it's the product and not the food. I thought that was a really good way of addressing it. Sort of like you see some bottles of wine will have some, like sometimes when the promotions will have something, like a little placard or something like that sitting over the top of it. Yeah, I think this was a good idea. It is consumable though. I stumbled across this when I was asking the thing, if I got into hummingbird cleaner, what would be a consumable component to it? All right. This one is also one that I stumbled across. I don't like the price points, but I'll just pinched for time, and I looked in for hummingbird accessories, and I saw hummingbird ant protector, and I'm like, I don't know anything about birds to this day, but I was like, what do ants have to do with hummingbirds? And why would they be messing with hummingbirds? But apparently you put the food up there, and sugar water attracts them, and then the ants obviously are attracted to sugar, so you gotta somehow protect it, otherwise you're gonna have this like ant invasion. So they created these apparently ant traps or like anti-ant things. I would not sell these directly, but if I was gonna be getting into this space and some of the other products we talked about that do look like something we should get into, and I was looking for a bundle opportunity on something to stack it up, these are small, lightweight enough. If there's a profit margin for them at $9.99 on Amazon, then the cost of this product can't be $1. Right, so I'm like, okay, I have this other product that I'm selling, why not throw in some ant moats?
Oh my God, that's wild.
For this thing. So that's kind of my thought. Any questions before we get into the next one, or is there one more? Oh, and then here's the product. Again, I wanted to talk about replenishable. Well, actually, this wasn't supposed to be here. This is supposed to be after the fish stuff. I'm so like anti creating a PowerPoint, yet instead of creating a PowerPoint, I wind up creating a PowerPoint with all these freaking tags, and it takes longer than if I just had somebody create a PowerPoint. But all right. Next one I looked at in this list was lacrosse. There's one that says lacrosse. Again, I know nothing about lacrosse. And I can share these with you guys.
Control F.
You saw it?
Control F.
Look at you. Yeah, here you go. Smarter than you look. Lacrosse magazine. Didn't have a lot of time to dive into this one, so I figured we would just approach this a little differently. I grabbed the usalacrosse.com hobby site. I jumped over to ChatGPT. I gave the crappiest prompt. I tried hard on it, but I'm not good at creating prompts. I created a prompt on ChatGPT, and I was like, what are some D2C product ideas somebody in La Crosse can use that I can sell on Amazon? I mean, I was pinched for time. Don't copy my prompt here. You can do something so much better. But still, with that, it popped out this here. And then I realized, oh my God, I didn't even feed it the website. So then I just said, using the site below, do you see any more? And I gave it, and then it gave me this. So, I've gone through some of these. I didn't even look at this one, but coaching boards, magnetic or dry erase boards for game strategy. That category, dry erase boards, is way too competitive to get into. But I'm wondering, what if you had a dry erase board that had the outline sketched of like
the lacrosse court.
The lacrosse court. Like, how cool would that be when you wanted to do diagrams instead of drawing up all this stuff? I haven't looked it up, I'll look at it now, but that's where I went. So.
With basketball, champions was.
Oh, is this for all different kinds of sports? Let's take a look.
I guess that one's a problem.
Oh, these are
All the
clipboards.
variations.
These are clipboards. Not dry erase boards. Or is it a clipboard that's a dry erase board?
Oh, I think that's what it is.
That's pretty nice.
That is pretty cool.
So like another strategy I do is like with like Venn diagrams is, and I'm saying this because it made me think of like, I wonder if they did that here, and it's like with the PLMA catalog, they talk about a lot of food in that catalog where you can source products. So what I'll do, like what we're doing now is another way to do what I'm about to share, and that is, say you just created a circle and you wrote chocolate, right? So if you just stop there, you're probably gonna lose a bunch of money and just launch some random chocolate. There's not a lot of differentiation you can do. Then you created another circle and you wrote nuts. And you try to put those two circles together, and that overlap, in that little Venn diagram, you have chocolate nuts. I'm like, whoa, it's still a lot of competition, but a lot less than just chocolate or just nuts. So then you're like, okay, I just start doing circles with ideas, and then I'll put out there coffee. I wrote coffee in a circle, and I'm like, let's push this in. Caffeinated chocolate nuts. Like now my stomach's rumbling. Like now I'm like, this is my thing, right? So I'm like, what's going on with caffeinated chocolate nuts? And you look at it and you're like, oh, not a lot of competition here. This is a consumable, it's a subscribe and save. And then I'm like, is there anything else that I can push into this? And for some reason the world has gone nuts for like pumpkin spice. I don't get it, but like they've gone nuts for pumpkin spice. So then it's like, let's add a flavor in here. So now we have caffeinated, we have pumpkin spice, caffeinated chocolate nuts. So it's like, now you can play with that flavor and you have 18 variations. We got a latte, we got your caramel frap, we got all these different things. You really don't reach that conclusion unless you play with these Venn diagrams. So using these hobby magazines allows you to do it. I wonder if they got this and said, oh, clipboards, dry erase boards, and put them together and was like, oh, dry erase clipboards, you know? I think it's pretty cool how they did that. Let's see, but looking over here, portable lacrosse goals, lightweight foldable goals. So I'm just gonna look that up. So #1 bestseller. This is the #1 bestseller. Over 100 a month. Only 378 reviews at 140 bucks. I find the sweet spot on Amazon would be 100 to 250 bucks. What has me scared here is oversize, obviously, immediately. Like, how big are these portable bowls? The #1 bestseller has a really, really crappy listing. I'm loving it. And I'm seeing the bag here. Fully collapsible regulation, lax goal, set up in under 10 minutes, decent. I actually would dig deeper into this and look at it. I'd figure out, is there a way to make this bag smaller, like, and re-engineer it? But to be fair, cheating a little bit, I looked this up beforehand, this particular goal one, so it's not like, oh my God, I looked at 2 and 50% of the time I'm right. Like, I looked through a bunch and I got this. I actually like this one. And I like it for the reasons why most people don't like it. I like it because you're avoiding oversized, you're avoiding fragile, you're doing all that, and that's what every guru and every course in the world said to do. So because everybody's saying to do that, I'm like, if I can solve for that other little thing there, then I have this great opportunity myself. And the vast majority of the money I've made on products. So we talked about before, I put up 172 million in gross sales. The vast majority of those products at that time were in the fragile space. So like I did really well in like the ceramic, porcelain, stoneware space. And it was because everyone said not to do it. And in reality, I just put in an extra 50 cents to $1 into protected packaging. And at the end of after what you could do, what 50 cents to $1 gets you in packaging, you can play football with that ceramic thing and it not break. And in reality, I have no competition. The ability of me differentiating that ceramic thing is so easy and so affordable that, so again, if you see this oversized and you're like, Carlos has gone crazy, my joking is like, show me an oversized fragile thing and I'm there, because nobody else is gonna be there. And you know who else doesn't do it? Factories in China avoid it. It's a fair thing. You're like, I don't want to sell something fragile. UPS is dealing with it, FedEx is dealing with it. You're like, they say not to do it, it makes sense, but there's a lot there. Like, there's a great opportunity in that space if you just decide to go in it. So in this case, I like it. I'll show you. Yeah, I like it.
I'm sure there's some variables like with oversized, but at what price point would you consider like the oversized? You know, I guess it depends on the dimensions maybe, but.
I wrote the numbers. I would break out the, you need to know the shipping if you're dealing with an oversized product, especially the weight. So, I mean, these are things you can easily find out and get quotes on. I would look at the Amazon revenue calculator and see like, what are the fees for this? You know, is sending it to FBA prohibitive? If I can make money on it but do merchant fulfilled, I'm not really feeling like living like that right now. I don't want to be every day going to go ship something out and waiting on UPS or whatever. I just want to leverage FBA. But there's nothing wrong with that. Like if you decide you want to get into selling sofas, you're not going to be sending the sofas to FBA. Like you're just going to need to do that. You're going to need to ship it out yourself. Are my competitors primarily on FBA? And after I ran the numbers, I see that I can't. Then I don't want to be competing against FBA sellers with an FBM listing. So like I would look at all that. I'm going to show you an example. And I hope my friend in the group doesn't kill me for this because I had this idea, come to find out she was thinking the same thing, but she's not launched it. Does anybody here know what a cajachina is? We're from Miami, so you might have heard of it. What a cajachina is? No? Nobody? Really? Yeah. Oh my God, I'm neglected. No, just kidding. Yeah, it's the big box, right?
Yeah.
So.
I do.
Oh, God, geez.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I need it.
No, that's not it.
Well, I did for you.
You know.
You miss the accent. Gino.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, this is pretty much what you're looking at. Again, I'm just showing you this as a example of an oversized product that everyone would say to stay away from, and that would be stupid easy to sell. So this thing's 355 bucks. It's got 515 reviews. They've done some selling. This isn't even the name brand. This isn't even like the known brand, right? How I would look at something like this is I'm like, well, nobody plans on doing this because it's oversized. Well, it doesn't ship like that. You got to assemble it. So first of all, the box at the end of the day is no different than some of these bigger tents or playhouses that you buy for the kids. We bought a few different little play kitchens and castles for my daughter that were bigger than the box that this thing comes in. This one weighed a little more though. The other thing is this thing hasn't evolved since like biblical days or something, you know what I mean? This thing has always looked like this. And if you've ever cooked with one of these, the biggest thing, I mean, you're pretty much around this thing all day while it's cooking and it's got these coals and you're constantly peeking in there and then I'm getting mad because you're letting the heat out and the skin's not getting crispy and like we're dealing with this thing. I would put like a viewing window that was like, that was compatible with that sort of heat so people could look at it and not have to open it and check on it. So there's a lot of things you could do with this product that no one would think of. And you'd have next to no competition.
Do you deal with the factory to order this? I mean, if you want to.
The factory in this case, you could just find someone that does woodwork in the United States and almost put this together. But yeah, you work with a factory in China.
It's funny because I was checking another product from that brand that is a domino table like this, but for the domino, and it sells 100 a month.
Yep. Yeah.
Dominoes?
And it's oversized. Wow.
Well, people avoid it just because it's oversized. The same thing happens with Fragile. Like, you just avoid it, and there's no need to avoid it. It's $600. And it's 100 pound, not a 100-pound product. It can take a 100-pound pig. So when you look at this, yes, you know what? You're gonna pay like $60 in Amazon fees. But the thing is, this thing's only $50. Lend. So every time you sell one of these, you make a pretty penny, have no competition, and the ads are almost nothing running for these. So like, don't just say, don't exclude oversized and fragile just because it is all I'm saying. I'm also not saying that every oversized and fragile product works, but I just wanted to show you some examples of like, maybe don't drink the Kool-Aid so fast on what you're being told. Yeah, that is what I had for today. I mean, if you want to go over any of this or anybody has any questions Amazon related, we totally could. Ting, that face looks confused. That wasn't the look I was going for at the end of this.
This is too raw for me.
Too wrong or too raw?
Too raw. Like I was like
It's like foreign content.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, no, I'm totally like, I get beat up pretty bad for showing the whole, whatever I go down like the fragile and oversized role, it's so like opposite of what everybody says. I love what it does to my bank account when I sell a fragile thing and nobody else wants to sell it, and that's at the end of the day all I really care about, and I'm trying to share it with you guys so that you can do it too.
We are too cautious to selling fragile and oversized now.
That's fair, you're too cautious to sell them, and I'm not trying to convince you to sell them, but I guess my counter argument to that is, you're too cautious to sell that sort of product that almost no one's selling, but you feel like you're being cautious by selling the products that everyone else is selling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the argument of like, I'm gonna be safe and just work for somebody else for my whole life and not attempt to do my own thing, but you could be let go at any point. So that's, I guess you gotta be good with what you feel comfortable with, and if psychologically you're just a happy person because you feel like that comfort's there, you should do that. Yeah, so I'm not trying to convince you, I just want to put it out there, you now know that, and if you come across something that fits that criteria, you don't need to automatically shoot it down.
Carlos, what's the, I've get this quite a lot, actually from Tom. We need to find a product or products has a high search volume, but low competition, that's the winner. But with that type of, you have to find that. What's your step to look for that type of product?
High search volume, low competition.
Yeah.
You just understand that the extreme version of what you're talking about is a lotto ticket. Like, you're looking for something that is very easy to make a bunch of money on, that people are already searching for a lot, and that has almost no competition.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we can talk about that, but that, you understand like what you're looking for there. Some people call it a unicorn, some people, you know what I mean, like that's, yeah, it's not unheard of, but if you're waiting for that, it's not.
When he threw that...
It could also be called analysis paralysis at some point if you do that for too long.
Yeah, when he threw that thing for me, I have to process twice. High search volume makes sense, and low competition. And then you have to find it or create it, that type of product to sell it.
I think the easiest path for that, like in the vein you're saying, is you're not going to create the demand on Amazon. The search volume's already there. They're looking for a specific thing, and you want to get that thing in front of them. But where you could create, let me use this example, and this is a soft plug because Andres and I offer this as a service, so it's my way of. I can tell my wife at the end of the day that I mentioned business, I tried to make some money, and she'll be happy. But like, let's do, let it load for a second, because for some reason I know it pulls up on the first one. Let me go into my orders. I hope my wife didn't order anything like totally. It's gonna like bump up. Later than expected. It's like 2 hours, so I'm supposed to be mad, right? we talk. So this product, you're saying to find something that has high search volume and low competition. Where is it?
Yeah, he actually mentioned this like right before PLMA.
Right, so this would be just in case anyone wanted to look at this, but the,
Oh, you ordered it?
yeah. Yeah, so that we can tear it apart. But this listing is a balloon, animal balloon kit. It's a type of balloon that basically doesn't pop if you pull it in a weird direction, okay? And freak out your kids. So all of the competitors sell at about $9.95, $9.95. And there's demand for this thing. So if you jumped in there at $9.95 like everybody else, you'd probably wipe out all your profits, spending money on ads, ranking this thing, and then you would have this product. You could tell everybody that you do $10,000 a month in sales, but that you're more broke doing it than not doing it. So what this person did, and this is what I'm trying to get at, rather than try to find something that has almost no competition, a bunch of search volume, think about how you could differentiate a product that exists so that you're sort of creating your own blue ocean of opportunity here. This person's added $9 onto their product because they added an app. Right? When we build an app for someone, it's $1,500. They're getting 200 sales plus per month at an additional $9. That means 1 month after this app being on the listing, they paid for the app for the $1,500. So now, for the life of that product, they're now making extra money. So they're the highest priced product, getting just as much or more sales for animal balloon kits than everybody else. So they could have just said, I'm gonna wait and find a product that has no competition, but instead they differentiated it. They said, this has high search volume, what could I do differently? So I bring up the app obviously as a plug because it's something that we do, but it does not have to be that. Let's say you have a French press. I mean, let's go see what's going on. I love sourcing here. This is a great spot to look for stuff that's like coming. And I love backing these little, I love backing some of these gigs, but let's try to find, I have no idea what this is. What's up?
Good afternoon.
Here we go. What do we got here? Things bringing on through 2 pour-overs. Oh, that's genius. I did find a quick example, so I don't want to spend too much time. I don't know if this is what they're selling, but you could just create something like a different type of French press that operates a totally different way. And because it's still a French press and it still gives you that French press that you need, but because it looks aesthetically different, you could probably sell it for more. You're gonna be a scroll stopper on the page, and usually, as long as you did everything you should do on the listing, you're gonna convert better. So basically differentiate the product is the short answer. How you differentiate it is up to you.
Low competition.
Does the app have to work with per product or per variation?
No. So what I do is that the app is at a brand level. So if you were the fryer or whatever that had everything from this to that, you'd still have one brand. It would all be under this one app, all under this brand.
So is that brand they have to download from the App Store? It's not like
It needs to be on the App Store and be a legitimate app.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically differentiate. In my opinion, this is the easy way to do it because this pays for itself in a million different ways. It pays for itself because you won't need to do the insert card route. You won't need to invest anything in that. This is the only thing you'll need.
So you can't put like a website, you can't put shopping.
Oh yeah, you can sell on your app. You can do all that. What you can't do is on this visual right here say save 20% when you buy on my site or something crazy, right? You can't do that. You can't. You also can't have something showing here or written in the listing that's, I guess, what would be bifurcating, like to say buy this, and because you're buying this here, later on, we deliver you X. Amazon needs to be in control of the entire purchase and delivery of the product.
Yeah.
You can't separate.
You can't grab emails.
No, but if you were selling yoga blocks, which is highly competitive and like super difficult to differentiate, and you had a stack of yoga blocks here, and then you decided you're gonna put an app, you know, your app could say something like, free daily sun salutations, you know,
Yeah.
class, I don't know, like, master the downward facing dog, I don't know, that's the most painful thing I can think of.
So
Like-
my biggest problem is instructions, so somebody puts a character how to blow, how
Oh,
to.
so that would be perfect, so on
Yeah.
yours, it would be that entire process.
The process, yeah.
Like, we're working with someone now, without saying the brand name, who has a product in the leather space, and we've been, you know, all week brainstorming different ways to go about doing this, so we're looking for how to show this product in use, how to have a really good video of installing this product. Installing would be the right word, right? Installing this product. And the beauty here is it doesn't, you're basically showing, in this case, it would be a play button
Yeah.
here showing a video of how to. You want to include the main keyword that people are searching for with this product, like we did
Yeah.
when we did milk frothers.
Yeah, so you'll have some SEO.
So that milk frother sells really well on TikTok,
Yeah.
and his wife is doing the performing too.
Yeah, so you see where it says electric milk frother here? That's put there not just because it's random and someone wouldn't know what it is, or they'd think, oh no, you have to plug it in. No, it's because electric milk frother is their number one keyword.
Yeah.
So you're getting a visual confirmation or representation of that.
Speaking of electronics, Harry from the chat says, you said you like Fragile, what about electronics? And they also have a bad reputation as being difficult.
So, I don't like electronics, but the same principle that I said, just so that I'm not being a hypocrite here, the same way that I said most people say stay away from fragile and oversized, and because everyone's saying that, it creates an opportunity, a lot of other people say stay away from electronics. So if you're deciding you want to get in there and master that, then yeah, I think you can. Hazmat.
Hazmat.
Who here tells you not to get into hazmat, right? Sure.
I'm on hazmat.
Who here, I guess I won't say the brand name, but behind you, a friend of mine back there, Andy, has fertilizer, or part of a fertilizer brand, I think, or something, or some medical water, and all kind of stuff. Most people would say don't do that, but heck of an opportunity. So like, you just, like, the more gated or difficult something is to do, if you're willing to like put your nose down and actually solve it, that's an opportunity. Most people are lazy, they're not gonna do it.
That app, language-wise, it could be one picture, one app, and if it's English, you press here, and Spanish, you press over there.
Totally could do that, yeah.
Yeah.
On the app, yeah,
On the
100%.
app, yeah.
Reach out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about it more from like the conversion side and all that
Yeah.
there, but he's a genius when it comes to it. If you look up unrelated Ecom, you look up the Salsa Kings app, I think
Yeah.
that gives like a really good expression of like what's possible.
He dances salsa king.
Yeah, he's probably one of the best dancers I know in Miami. Unfortunately, that's the last compliment I give him, too, right? Yeah, he's a beast when it comes to that.
Beast?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably looking at one of the best, yeah. Don't get big-headed. Yeah.
I make better apps.
He makes it fun. Argue, no, yeah. Any other questions before we wrap it up?
If the label's like hazmat, is that like you do extra steps to get approved, or?
The more extra steps and the more certifications you need to do, but yeah, you got extra steps in hazmat. The more extra steps and certifications you need to do, the better.
Okay.
The better it's gonna be, meaning you'll have less competition. Because the more work everyone's looking for the lowest hanging fruit. What's the thing I can just randomly grab that's available right now to ship from China that I can just sell? Right? That's also where you inherit a whole bunch of the other problems, and they're like, Amazon sucks, you can't make money, blah, blah, blah. But when you go to the opposite side of it, if you're willing to treat it like a business and follow up on it, which most people will not, you really just created an opportunity based on your work ethic. All right? Okay, is there any questions on the stream so I can wrap this up? No? All right.
That's the last one.
Thank you guys so much for. You know know, all these tabs that I open, I suspect that I might be heading towards actually creating PowerPoints or something. Like, I think it takes about the same amount of time, and I can actually reuse some of the other stuff. You're right. You know what I'm saying? All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We're gonna stay and hang out and kind of network. So you're welcome to stay and or go out and enjoy Miami.
Yes.
You have what?
Transition,